It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Hello, welcome. I'm Ali Defoy. It's so good to see you. I've got a wonderful show planned for you. It's not just good, it's not just okay. It is one of the most spectacular shows Jewellery Maker has ever had in its 5 years. In May the 4th, it will be 5 years running. Today I have a talent that is exceptional. She's not been seen on your screens on Jewellery Maker since the beginning of February. She began Jewellery Maker at the very, very beginning in 2011. This Wonder Woman, I'm going to call her, joined us. She is a talent unlike any other. She's a superstar. Her projects have been seen and chosen to be in the Victoria and Albert Museum. She writes for Beads magazines, or many magazines, not just one. But she also is a lady who's presented on television shows. She is a superstar, not just Jewellery Maker or BBC Two. She's also been on there as well. She is a superstar. Have I said that enough? No, I don't think I'll ever be enough. The lady, the superstar, the Wonder Woman. Oh my word! You've been waiting all day, haven't you? It's Rachel Norris!
Hello, Ali. Oh, lovely to see you. And that's a lovely, lovely build-up and introduction. What a nice, I'm just like blushing. Thank you very much.
I don't think it's enough. I'm blushing just being in your company.
Oh,
This is going to be awesome. I have been waiting since 2011, since Rachel joined this company, to be able to have just one wee show with her, just one. So today, one wee show. Today is the day where the magic happens. Rachel will be showing you not just one or two treats, she's actually going to be showing you two different mediums, something that Rachel's only ever really worked with a handful of times, if even that, within her life. And I'm not meaning within the past year, I mean sort of throughout her entire life. Rachel's mum, of course, your mum was an artist, wasn't she?
Was,
so
yes,
that, I believe, probably started your inspiration for jewellery, didn't it?
I used to watch her paint, and she used to spend 3 months, say, on a single painting, because the watercolours used to be built up in layers. So she never used to use green paint to paint a leaf. It was painted in yellows, blues, browns perhaps, and built up in layers until this watercolour becomes a very, as if the leaf was actually on the page. It was she was meticulous in her detail.
So I see where you have your talent from.
And she used to do embroidery as well. So I think that sort of partnership here with the wire, because I'm almost sewing with the wire in the same detail that she used to do the embroidery pieces that she used to make.
Oh, wait till you see what Rachel's made today. My jaw hit the ground yesterday when I saw the pictures. But when I saw the real live piece, oh my goodness gracious me, I am still jaw dropped. What I'm going to do for you quickly now is bring you some wire. We'll be starting Rachel's design inspiration around about 1/2 maybe in about 20 minutes, maybe not even as long as that. Lots and lots of treats I'm going to show you now so that you can make Rachel's inspiration as well as it's coming up. Sorry, the bangle I've got, I'm just going to take it off in a wee moment because it's a wee tag in there, but just to show you, this is made with some wire by one of our design, or should I say beading buddies, one of our lovely, how fun is that? It's almost like sort of butterflies and really lovely twisting floral pattern. This was made by Sue, one of our beading buddies, and I just thought I had to put it on. I'll take it off for now. Just so I can show you what we've got. So we've got some wire, not just a little bit of wire. I've got 1mm gauge wire. $50 meters. A surprise, Amelia. Amelia's going to make me a wee cup of something, and she asked me what I'd like, and I've asked for a surprise. 1mm in your gauge for your wire. 50 meters in golden colour. Now, if you missed yesterday's show, where were you? If you're working, oh gosh, I feel for you, because we had one of the biggest wire bundle deals I've ever seen in my puff at Jewellery Maker. It was put together, it was a huge opportunity, and it did include your gold wire. Now, if you did miss that, we're going to do something special for you today, but try and get it when you see it, because it flies at the door. 1mm gauge is pretty integral for your structure work, isn't it, really? If you're thinking about your designs, 1mm wire, could you live without it, Rachel?
No, 1mm and 0.4mm wire are the two wires I use the most, and then I introduce the other wires in, and then if you want to take it down a step to use 0.8 and 0.25, but they're perfect marriage, those two wires, and the 1mm, you can make so many things with it, rings and the frames. The essential structure of a piece is there with the 1mm wire. It has strength and flexibility. It's a perfect wire to work with.
I want it. If I didn't already want it, I want it even more. If Rachel loves it, I love it. It's a 1mm gauge, as I say. You've got 50 meters of it, so you've got quite a fair wee bit. But of course, if you want to attempt what Rachel's been working with, you might need a fair wee bit. So we have a free phone number to call me on. You can add on to anything that you might have already joined with the lovely, gorgeous Lucy this morning. She opened the show for you live at 9 AM. So you might have already joined Lucy and Sarah on this morning's show. You can add to the same basket. It's a bottomless basket. You can put in as much as you like. And it's only one post and packaging in the UK, Northern Ireland, or if you're joining me anywhere else in the world, shipping and handling wise, you'll just pay that once from midnight to midnight on a Jewellery Maker day, and that's it. So put in as much as you want. If you're going to get an order, it's not going to add up depending on the weight of it. It doesn't matter whether we have T-bars on their way to you, massive toolboxes, or whether it just be some gemstones. It's still going to be the same delivery option. So do make sure you think about that when you're putting your treats in your basket. $17.95. We're going to honour the lowest price for you ever. Oh yes. Ooh! £12.95. It is getting hot in here. This, it literally is actually. Don't worry, they've turned it down. I think both Rachel and I are probably going to be on the floor in a minute. I see Wes like on camera stripping off his layers. You know it's hot when Wes is taking off layers. Wes wears a hat every day. Is that a new hat today, Wes? Oh, I think I've seen that colour. It's a lovely teal he's got on today, our Wes. £12.95. Did you pay that for a hat? I hope you don't mind me asking, but I can imagine hats can be quite pricey, can't they?
This one was more than that, yeah.
This was
This was more than that, yeah.
Your hat was more than the wire.
Yeah.
But we do love a good hat. You need to keep warm. But at £12.95, if we do think of it, what could you, in a coffee shop, 2 wee coffees and, I don't know, a little slice of toast each, that would be £7, £8. Yeah. But they're for small coffees, small teas. Don't know why I put a funny voice on there. I'm just really excited and a bit giddy because I've got Rachel Norris with me today. £12.95. Get it while you can. And as I say, add on to the same order as earlier. Or you could start a new one. Now, what was that, sorry? Yes, if you use it as your framework, somebody did just ask there, is it one that you would use as much? I guess with the framework, that's sort of the outside, and then you do more of the integral work with your smaller gauges of wire. So this might last quite a fair wee while. It might do quite, well, a huge amount of, what was I going to say? Pieces, projects, that's the one. Projects. Should we do some 0.8 for you as well? Sound like a plan? Now you can double it up actually, you can twist it and you can get yourself a 1.4 with that. If you fancied, use it on its own, 1.8. 1.8 is a really, really good gauge as well. Well, obviously you're knowing it's double your 0.4. It is one which you can, of course, layer up if you fancied. And at 0.8mm you get 50 metres of this. Now you probably would use more of the 0.8 in designs than you would with the structural 1mm. So this, 50 metres, you probably need a good, well, if you can get a big reel like this, I would go for it, especially when it's the colour that everybody fancies, isn't it? Gold kind of goes with everything. It goes with most skin tones, I think. Do you think that?
Yes, it does. And obviously it goes with most gemstone colours as well. Turquoises and smoky quartzes, for example, and also you can use it with citrine and some of the carnelians and bring it up that way.
It's quite a warm colour, yes, isn't it? Yes. It's almost, if you've got like a pastel gem, doesn't it almost gives it a little bit more warmth to it?
Yes, a gemstone will look completely different compared with the metal it's worked next to.
Of course.
So it will change the gemstone as well, so it'll frame and change what you want to say about that gemstone.
I think that's lovely. I always think gold makes me think it's quite rich, it's quite special. Not that silver doesn't make me think that, but silver's quite a cool colour. So if you're using pastel gems, silver doesn't really enhance the warmth, whereas a gold might make it feel a little bit more of a stronger colour, whereas the silver, it's got to be quite a strong gem, I think, on its own to look gorgeous against silver. Shirley's already in, Ruth's already in, Ayrshaw's already with us. $14.95 is what we would look for normally for that. But you know we feel like Kimbo's producing. Did I mention that? Kimbo, where the price goes low, Kimbo. No other producer would go, Kimbo. She takes it far too low, Kimbo. Look at the price she's gone to, it's low. Amelia, she's gone low, too low. Kimbo has gone too low, too low. Kimbo's $9.95, too low. I love it, Amelia's da-da-da. Kimbo, do-do-do-do-do. Off me. I love you, Amelia. Bring me my tiara. Oh, we love Amelia. You look gorgeous, Amelia. Amelia's like, don't look at me side on. You don't have a... Oh, shush you, you're gorgeous. On the phone lines, join me when you can. Dawn's in and Sandra's in and Lindsay. I'm so excited for you when you get this home. You're going to be sitting trying to make so many treats. And when you see what Rachel's made, oh my goodness gracious me. $9.95 is all we're looking for. That's it. £10, you've got 50 metres. I don't think you'll be needing to get yourself stocked up and go wire too soon. I think this'll do you for a fair wee while. Linda's in, Dawn's in as well, but you might want to hold on a minute. If you were to multi-bid on that and get 100 metres, you're only paying £5 more than normal full price for one. So you get 2 for 20 as opposed to 1 at 15. If you use it a lot, that might be a good idea, do you think?
No, sorry, I was adrift because I was actually waving to the ladies in the workshop. So
they're so
yes.
naughty, aren't they? They love to distract us. I was just thinking, if one reel's £15,
yes.
Normally, then we could get 2 for 20. That's only £5 for another reel.
That's the main thing. And that's how it's 100 metres, 20p a metre. I mean, actually you literally can go to town and experiment and do what you like with the wire without worrying about the cost, because you can, at these prices, just make really extravagant pieces, and you're not building up the cost with the metal that you're working with. And experiment and learn with it. It's great, actually.
It's great, actually, as a beginner, if you've never really done much wire work, because you're not going to worry about if you go wrong, and if you think, oh gosh, that didn't do so well. You can keep the wee bits of leftover wire, scrunch them up in little balls and make them little...
20p to learn a piece is not too bad, really, is it?
Well, can't even get penny sweets really for 20p these days, can you? Right, I'm going to jump into, now where's my 2 o'clock? Here it is. Oh, yesterday we had, sorry, I'm disappearing, the box is quite far away, and I've got a drawer in the middle, so I can't really go over, or I could try, but it might be a bit like Annika Rice. We had pearls yesterday that were sort of dropped. You want me to reach? If I fall, don't fall. I fell in a lake the other day. I did. It's quite funny. It was at the bottom of Snowdon, Mount Snowdon.
Oh,
what did I? It was free, but it was lovely and refreshing because I'd gone all the way to the top and I was all the way down at the bottom. And I thought, in my wisdom, I could jump some rocks in a circle. Yeah, one of them moved and I went flat on my hunkers.
At least you didn't hurt yourself. Did you hurt yourself?
No, I didn't hurt myself, but I gave most of Snowdon a good laugh. My friend said there were about 50 people turned around laughing at me. But as long as it made their day. Ooh, these are delicious. Have I got any tweet? Oh, I do. In fact, I've got a wee grabbing. Ooh, hold on a minute. Is that the, oh no, it's not the same, but it's a good wee idea.
Oh, it's pretty.
Oh, so you could do that, you could glue that in, you could do it half and half and then put the space in the middle. I'll take those away for now. I just saw them on the table, maybe from a previous treat. I don't know how the grabbing tool will work with these. It works usually with calibrated gems, but... Has somebody broke the grabbing tool? Nope, it's just been very stiff today. Come here. There we go. Oh, it's not really grabbed it quite so well. Oh, actually, if I turn it sideways, that might look a little bit better. Sorry, you're stuck looking at the top of my head there. Must be interesting television. Well, I'm trying to pick up a gem, so if I put my hand kind of behind it, can you see? Yeah. You've got a lovely pear shape. Now it's top drilled. We'll turn that way, so you can see right through the middle. So it'll be probably drilled, maybe not halfway down the gem, but a good wee length down the gem, a couple of millimetres down. So you can pop into any of the findings that we've offered in silver. We've had quite a lot. Ooh.
Yes, I mean you could make a really beautiful brooch, like for the flower, and then have the two pieces coming out with those as the ends, and at the end of a tie pin or an end of a hat pin. You know, there's like a little stick pin you can put. Hair pieces. I mean, there'd be lovely ends for things.
Yeah,
won't they be beautiful? Yeah.
Does that make you want to start making? It does me. I want to make a brooch pin now. I don't even wear ties and I want a tie pin now.
Yes, just a little pin with one of those on would be fantastic. Yeah.
That sounds gorgeous. Now you get 10 of them. So 8 by 7 millimetre. That could be 10 individual pieces. If you wanted to do something like Rachel suggested, I'm sure you all do, you can make quite a few, so you can have a lovely selection. So that would be 10 individual pieces. I mean, for pearl drop earrings, remember I mentioned to you just the other day, one of my friends was at her hairdresser's getting her hair cut, and there's a lady who sells her jewellery in the store, and she said, oh, well, it looks like what you have on the show, because I've shown her and she's seen it. And there was a labradorite necklace, just beaded on, rounds of labradorite for £200 in a hairdresser's. I love hairdressers, and I love that you'll sell jewellery in hairdressers, but you would think that would be in a specific jewellers you would go to. Most ladies who go to get their hair cut don't have £200 just to get jewellery while they're getting their hair done. So I thought, but her pearl earrings that were there were about £75, £78 for just a pearl drop, and classed as a bridal collection. So if you're looking to sell, I mean, you don't need to do too much to them, do you, as you've suggested?
No, just a little piece. I mean, just a floral element on one end, and then it trailing away with maybe 2 pieces, slightly different angles and heights, would be just the most wonderful brooch piece. Yes, lovely.
Oh, that sounds beautiful. So it could be 5 pairs if you wanted to split it into pairs. I'm sure you could have worked that out yourself if you hadn't already, but or 10 of them, depending on what you fancy. Now, I don't mean to rush you, but it's really busy today, probably more busy than you've ever seen the show. Paul's in, I probably think that's got a lot to do with having Rachel Norris on the show today, but it's lovely to see you, and it's a Saturday, so fortunately maybe a few of you are able to watch today during this time than you could maybe during a weekday, which is lovely to have your company, and welcome if you're new to Jewellery Maker. It's lovely to see you, and it's great to meet you. Lots of these have been allocated without a price. Oh, it's not even £1 each. £8. 79 pennies each. 79 pennies for perfectly smooth pearl. Now there's no pitting on these, there's no banding on these, or £1.60 roughly for a pair. So if you were to get a pair, how much would you charge for pearl earrings, or how much would you pay if somebody offered you pearl earrings? You would expect to pay more than £2, surely.
Yes, you'd think that they weren't real.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In fact, that's a good point. Maybe you want to print out your authenticity certificate to prove that these are natural pearls. I always think that that's something I personally... I'm saying natural. Are they coloured, or are they natural peach? Just going to check. Totally genuine in their formation. They're cultured pearls. They're totally flawless. I'm scrutinising these, I really am, and the reason you're only getting 10 is because they've been cherry picked for the finest orient, the finest quality, so they're not dyed in any way. There's a heat treatment to them, but that's only enhancing their natural beauty. There's no coating on the top that's going to come off, not that the coating would come off, but I always think if I can get it natural, or as close to natural as possible, that for me has I love that. I do love that. I love natural beauty. Oh, do check them out when you can. Lovely to have you all. Thank you for joining me. And that's only a wee £8 for you on those. It's a lovely shape, the teardrop as well,
Yes,
isn't
it's
it?
really, really pretty droplet shape. And also you don't have to worry about, it's good from all sides.
Yes.
You don't have to worry about having a face or something you've got to present one side to. They look good all round.
They definitely do. Oh, I love that point. Great for earrings if you've got short hair or your hair up from every angle. Oh, right, jumping into, not actually going to jump, but more pearls. Now these are big. 10 mil. We've got the equivalent of 3 pairs or 6, however you wish to use them. Oh, these are half button pearls. And again, the orient on these is lovely. You're getting, now if you don't know what I mean by orient, if you think of the way a pearl is formed naturally, it's got layers and layers and layers of nacre, because what's happened is something has crept into the oyster. On this occasion, as it's cultured, something is made sure to be in the oyster, that it's then decided to protect itself. And those layers and layers build up and build up. So therefore you get those different hints, some of the pinks, some of the lilacs, some of the purples, some of the baby blues, gorgeous greens actually coming through there, and I can even see my own reflection in them. They're that lustrous too. So you've got a really, really great orient, great variety of colour. When you hear people talk about pearlescence, or when you talk about pearlescence, you're wanting to see more than one colour. You don't just want a plain white, you don't just want it to be a sort of bleached white stone. You want it to have some depth to it, you want it to have some personality to it. And when you see a gorgeous pearl like this, you're seeing these lovely colours coming through as well. Not too intense, not overpowering the white, but lovely.
I mean, you almost see many, not like soft rainbows, don't you, coming, some elements of colour coming from those, and they've got this flat back, so you can actually set them in a bezel setting, cabochon setting, against a flat piece of metal, or against a tiara or something flat, and it's going to be so easy to set. It takes that sort of worry about a circular setting, because you always have to then set a frame for it up so it holds the back of it, but because that's flat, it just makes it so much easier to work with it, with those, yes.
So if you're a beginner and you've never really tried sort of cabochon wrapping, this is in essence, I know it's a button pearl, but in essence, looking at it,
the prong sets, the prong settings,
yes.
But it's so much easier to build the cage for them if it's set like that.
Flat.
Yes.
So it's, if you think of a cabochon, they've got flat bottoms and dome-like tops. So if you've ever worked with one of those, you can see that this has got a flat bottom part. Now we don't like flat bottoms normally, but for this, in this occasion, we like it.
Yes.
We want it. We require. And they've also got a drill hole in the back as well, so if you've had any of our silver findings, you might want to, we've had some lovely pendant findings with drill holes that you could pop that into as well.
I think in the past we have done earring posts with points in, and they're perfect size for, you know, lovely evening earrings, just a simple stud.
Simple. Oh, so for pearls, we are only normally looking for $9.95. Oh yeah, you know what I'm up to today. It's a Saturday. Oh yes. Let's have some fun. Shannon's in there, Gaina's there, Paul. Quite a few people who got the previous treat have gone for this one as well, which is quite lovely. You might want to put them together. £7.95. So these are bigger, as you can see. Do you know how long it takes a pearl to form in 1 year? Wes, I'm going to put you on the spot here because I know you know this. For 1 millimetre, it takes roughly
1 year.
1 year. He's the man. He knows this. So on average, if you're wanting to get a larger pearl, you're looking for, if it's forming naturally, you're looking for an extra millimetre. That will take roughly a year to form. That's amazing. Do you know how to tell the difference as to whether it's a real pearl or whether it's a faux pearl? Have you ever heard this before? Have you ever tried? Oh, Mike. Director Mike, he knows this. He said, do you give it a wee rub on your tooth? You absolutely do. Give it a wee rub on your tooth and you'll feel it being almost like a little bit grainy, like layers, because it's taken layers and layers to form, whereas if it's a faux pearl, it's going to be smooth, isn't it? Because they've just coated the shape. So give it a wee rub and you'll find out whether you're looking at a natural pearl or not. Maybe rub at the back, because you don't want to do it at the front. Well, you know these are natural, genuine pearls. Are these natural? I think these have had a possible coating to them, or maybe heating. I always like to check, because I always like to know. Well, it's good because if somebody asks you, it's nice to feel knowledgeable. I think knowledge is power. If you can then empower yourself by having knowledge of your, what was that, sorry? Heat treated. If you've got knowledge of what you've got, you then feel confident in it, don't you, Rachel?
Yes. Yeah.
So for £8, we've got a wee message in as well. Sarah in Suffolk. Hiya, Sarah. They'd make excellent rings with a bit of wire glued into the hole. Go for it if you fancy. We've got some hypo cement we had just the other day. We had a new fabric one, but I don't know how that would work. We've got a sort of gemstone one. Have a wee look on the website. There's a variety, or is it E500?
E600.
E600. Would that work, do you think, Rachel? Would that be, or would that not be good for it?
You'd have to check. Pearls are a bit funny about glue, so you have to check which glue it is you can use on pearls. And I'm a bit,
I don't want to advise
in case I get it wrong.
Yeah, me neither.
So just check.
Have a wee look on the website. There'll be help with you, and the contact centre can help you as well. Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot. I have no idea. I just thought
I should know as well.
Oh, I should know too. Right, quantity-wise, these are flying at the door. Lots and lots of multi-bids. With 6 pearls or 3 pairs, however you wish to look on it, depending on what you wish to do with them. You can make 1 pair and use the other one singly, or use it all together. It doesn't matter. Oh, whoopsie. But even just decorative embellishments, maybe on a bride's dress. Oh, how lovely. I'll leave those there for you, still available, but I want to try and show you as much as possible before we start not long until Rachel's design inspiration. Cabochons, sorry? So, can you just say that again? You joking? No. 13 in stock. Emerald cabochons. Are you kidding me?
I saw those. I actually want them. They're lovely.
They're faceted as well.
Absolutely beautiful. You can see them from here.
This is the biggest emerald I think we've ever had on Jewellery Maker. Your face is just completely lit up, Ring.
I love the colour. The colour is gorgeous. Yeah, look at those.
Yeah, it's probably one of the first times in my life. Second time, earlier was seeing Rachel's jewellery, was first time. Now, second time, speechless. Now we're guaranteeing you a carat weight of emeralds. This is insane. 105 carats, and they are faceted with what's known as a brilliant facet. You're getting the prettiest lustre.
I'm trying to think what would, because I wouldn't want to cover them, but this is a similar cabochon in my kit. It's not emerald, but I wouldn't cover it as much. But you'd set it into, a piece like that, for example. Yeah, that would work, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would
to
work.
see your design next to this emerald, I'm thinking, well, I expect to see this in the V&A museum. Could you imagine owning an emerald with a design such as Rachel Norris's?
Set it into that, for example. Maybe not put the leaf on front. Don't put the leaf on the front. You can set it with into a big piece like that as well, because it's big enough. They're big enough to do that.
I feel like I need a red carpet to be holding this. I don't feel worthy. Now, our superstar Mike, as our gorgeous Claire's on holiday today, Mike is directing, and Wes very kindly coming in and doing extra camera work as Amelia's doing a double shift. The team are working extra hard today. But for Mike, he has taken, I'm going to give this back to you because I don't want it to roll down.
It's okay.
There,
it's all right.
Love. Just love. And all the pictures will be on the website. There are about 70 odd pictures coming your way, at least, of Rachel's projects, bit by bit. So everything I've just shown you, only shown you quickly there, you're going to get time to really, really look at it, see every angle. You're going to have so much time, so don't worry that you only got a brief sort of snippet of it there. OMG, no other words. Karine, I agree. The emeralds and Rachel's designs together are just jaw-dropping, aren't they? And then to have this many, what's this, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Hold on.
We've always got
2,
5.
4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, 10. You've got yourself a guaranteed 105 carats, which could be 10. It could be just less, it could be just more, depending on the size that you get.
Those could be earrings, those two. That's quite nicely paired, aren't they?
Aren't they wonderful?
Yeah.
As if you could get matching like that.
May not always be matching in what you get, but if you do, you can.
If you get this one.
Like that, yeah.
And they need to be faceted though. Of this quality, you couldn't just have it plain. You really? Come on now.
That's £5. No, how much is an emerald?
Well, it's £45 for the 10. £4, not £4.50.
Yeah, yeah. It's for an emerald cabochon. That's very good, isn't it? Gosh, that's amazing.
4 pence a carat of emeralds.
Yeah.
I hope to goodness my boss is not watching. And if they are, thank you. I don't know how you've done this. I have no idea how you managed to get emeralds of this quality with 105 carats and even 13 opportunities. I'd be happy just one of these. Could you imagine giving the gift? It's May's birthstone. Maybe you know somebody with a birthday in May. I do.
My daughter.
Your daughter has a birthday in May.
Yeah.
Oh, what a treat. Had a wee message afternoon. It's Margaret and Pfeiffer. Margot, hiya. Afternoon, Jim. Oh, Rachel, gimme. I think she might like it, Rachel. Could be wrong there, but I think she's in love.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is that executive producer Martha? Martha, our executive producer's message to say how lovely they are. Everybody in the building is jaw-dropped with not only these, but of course Rachel's designs. And if you were to combine that together, because we're going to get to see how to make one of the prettiest pendants I think I've ever set eyes on with our gorgeous Rachel. There are 3 of these left. They will sell out. There's no two ways about it. We know that. There's great to see you on the web. Check that out of your basket before it goes. And from me to you, a massive congratulations, because that is the best cabochon bar none bundle I've ever offered. That is that is a dream come true to see that today. Talking of dreams come true, it's one of my biggest dreams to work with the talent that is Rachel Norris, and she's going to be bringing you her first design inspiration of 2 right on the other side of this. So if you've just tuned in for the first time, I don't think I could ever sum up, I don't think there's enough words to explain how incredibly talented Rachel is. She is a superstar, and the fact that she's taken the time out this afternoon to come and join us, and of course it's not just this afternoon, there's a lot of preparation goes into the show, of course.
I think I got everything about 3 weeks ago, and I fit it in around the work that I do at the hospitals, and it was almost sort of every hour that I could, really. But I enjoyed this one actually, because I was working with the other DI with mediums that I don't normally work with, so that was like playing fun. And with this, I wanted it was release of some of the designs that have been sitting inside there for a while, able to get them out actually into wire, which was good fun.
I'm so pleased that you've got them out. When you see these, it's really, I'm just going to put that up for you actually.
I couldn't get it to sit up right.
It's really difficult to choose a favourite, I think, here. I'm going to move that to the side so that you can see.
It almost needs focusing on each one because there's a different design on each one.
Oh, we will. Don't you worry, we will.
And basically what I wanted to do was create, show you how to create artwork on the front of cabochons. Cabochons that to regard them as a canvas, because some cabochons are quite so plain, and they allow you then to bring wire designs in onto the front and create a picture, and you can just use it as a canvas, as a mini cameo really, to form these pictures. So I've made a gecko, which is one of the particular favourites of mine because it's one of the designs that went into the V&A. There's a dragonfly, and I love dragonflies very much. I know a lot of people do, and they're symbols of change and transition. And leaves again, which I've done on edition 1 of my Beauty of Nature. So if you know how to do leaves, they're on there. We're going to show how to make the blossom garden, which is the one right at the end, the two flowers united and swirling round on that end cabochon. And what else? There's hummingbirds and a butterfly. So lots of different designs. It was just I wanted to get artwork onto the front of cabochons, so you could just create and draw and design. So first of all, should we get started with this? Yes.
Let me grab this.
Oh yes, they don't know.
The minute you start, everybody's going to want to watch you, and I completely
that would
want
be
to
a good
watch
idea.
you. So I'm going to make sure you can get it now, so that when we start the demonstration, you've got it. So the number 0800 644 655, and you can join me on the web, however you wish, but ANGC75. That is the code that you need. Contact centre know what it is as well. But everything you're getting here now, you're getting mesh wire, and what Rachel has made in this hair piece.
Well, I've never worked really with mesh before. I mean, JewelleryMaker is fantastic with mesh, and I just take my hat off to her. She's amazing. And I've made one of her mesh roses before, and I sort of crushed all this a little bit and wanted to make some sort of little dense compact flowers and put wire inside them, and then used a little spare butterfly to wire up on the back to create that piece. Because the mesh is so light, it will sit in the hair quite nicely, and so again all that disappears, and you just see the flowers and the sort of twigs and the butterfly flying above.
We need this, don't we? You get you get the mesh, which is the 1mm gauge, and you get 10mm gauge, and you get 1 metre of it. We'll have some more mesh coming up later, but this is the colour you need to make what Rachel's made in the hairpiece. You get your 3 different gauges of wire. You're getting 0.25, 0.4 and 1 mil. You get 50 metres of each, so in total you're getting 150 metres of the wire on the reels, plus the 1 metre in the wire gauge. So that's 151 metres of wire, but one of them being wire mesh. These are flying out the door, as you can see, and we haven't even touched on the kumihimo findings that you get as well.
Those kumihimo findings are so useful, because I've used some of the mesh in another bundle to make mesh kumihimo, and you can use those findings on the end, and they work perfectly. And also with a Viking knit.
Do you want me to show you if I turn around? Is that okay if I turn one around? In fact, I'll turn these two because these are the ones closest to me.
I've used those findings in there. They fit perfectly with the mesh and any cord or braid that you use. And actually, chopping down a Viking knit, they fitted perfectly into those just finished off the Viking knit really easily as well, and I glued it in, so it worked really well. First time I've actually used those findings with the Viking knit, because I've usually sort of finished it off with my own wire work, but this is so simple, made it so much easier and very professional looking to have those ends. There, that's a triple strand Viking knit. So you make the Viking knit with 3 lots of 0.4 to make that very dense weave. And
then you get these beads,
which are marvellous. Yes. I didn't even use the whole tube with all the preparation and all those things that I made. I didn't even use the whole tube.
Really?
Yes.
How many did you get in the tube? Approximately 700.
I mean, I've got that much left. I know it's not much, but I managed to get all those pieces out of it.
And you've also made up a little
bit. These are filled with them. So, and I lost a few on the floor as well.
We need to get Rachel Norris a sticky mat. I love the sticky mat.
Oh, I love these as well. I use them as well.
Do you? Yeah. They're so much fun. And then cabochons. All of the now I've just been told there are how many in baskets? 30 in baskets. I have 48 available, not to mention those of you on the phone lines or on the web. I'm just going to pick up a wee selection of what you get. Now you're going to get a carat weight of 250 carats. I'm going to tilt that one up because you can't really see it against my skin.
You can see the light through. You can see these light. Light comes through some of it.
Yes, this is slightly transparent, isn't it?
Through some of them, and so the thicker ones you can't. But they're lovely bottle green colour and work really well with the copper. So that's why we chose the copper wire. But I couldn't do the big designs on them. You can do little designs on those ones because they're sort of beautiful. They're lovely little pendant sizes, and then the bigger cabochons coming later. We've done the larger designs on, but the sort of little designs you can do. Yes, and there's a little. I'll go and get it. There's a. I'm sorry to walk behind you. The little flower, for example. I'll fit these for you, and you can still see some of the cabochon on it, and the colours are absolutely gorgeous. And there's some very light greens in some cabochons, and others are very dark, almost literally like dark wine bottle greens. And to lift it with then the copper, you can put the copper on the front, and it will show up really well.
You need it £34.95. It should be over £50. For all of it, so you're getting a reduction of £15 per person. Now a piece like this, if you had £35, I don't think it would be enough to get any of Rachel's pieces at all.
Well, that's probably what I would.
Really?
Yeah, the pendants. I think I'd probably really want for all the work that goes into them, sort of £50 a pendant. I know, and then
we would have said more.
Maybe 50, 75 if you had on the necklace, for example.
I think you're being far too modest.
But then
no, Rachel.
Then you pay for the kit, and then you can make everything else. It's all fine.
I think, and especially for us, because I know that it would take me so much more time than Rachel to even attempt to make something like this. You need to calculate your working as well. So always make sure, even though you probably whiz and do this ever so quickly, we would, it's going to take us time to try and get to your level. So bear in mind mind your working as well. But if you were to sell just one piece, which would need maybe one cabochon and some wire and some maybe some of the beads, and if you wish to continue and to do the sort of weaving and use the kumihimo findings, you're still going to have findings left over, you're still going to have wire left over, you're still going to have about 9 or something cabochons left over, plus the wire mesh, plus all the other beads. So that kind of covers you purchasing your kit, a little bit of your working, and then the rest of it can be profit.
Yes, and I had plenty of cabochons left over. I mean, obviously I did as many as I could, but I ran out of time. I could have carried on. There were so many to work with. So, and those little beads are great. They cover up any little tiny little floor or little area or space that looks a bit sort of, there's a gap there. You can put one of those little copper beads in, and they are wonderful at filling up spaces.
Oh, and you get 700, so you got plenty of spaces. If you need them filled, if you're like me and you need to maybe fix it a wee bit, then you've got plenty to play with. So Wendy's dropped us a wee message as well. Rachel's work is astonishing, beautiful and utterly amazing. Thank you, Rachel, for sharing your talent with us all. Love from our Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy, very much. I did work very hard. And I'm so pleased you like it. I'm so pleased.
I think that's very apparent.
That makes it worth it.
Rachel.
Thank you.
More text. Lauren Dart, I don't think we'll have time to show everybody's text, but I'll show them all to Rachel, I'll let her know them all. But there are no words to describe the amazing talent that is Rachel's work. Saying stunning does not do it justice. I totally agree, Laura. Totally agree. No words.
Thank you.
Just jaws dropped. Another message from, who's it from? Jen, hiya. Oh, it's her, Jenny. Hello, Beauts, it's Jen. Love Rachel, love these designs. I've stopped mid-yoga session to watch. Love you both.
So halfway through in a pose like that.
Yeah, could you? Should we like with one leg round her head watching? P.S. Kim to marry Phil Kimberly.
Oh.
It's producer Kim and producer
very good.
Phil.
Yes, it would. Good work.
It would be a match made in heaven, Mike. Rachel, take it away.
Okay, right, number one, you've got to make a frame for your cabochon, and I'm just got a piece of paper and a pen, and then all you do is draw around the cabochon, and this is how you fit your frame wire, and just leave a bit of gap, so about 1 or 2 millimeters round is perfect. So from that point of view, you've got your starting point. Then take, I don't know, about 80 centimeters of wire, perhaps a bit more, and then start to shape it. Oh no, next thing you've got to do is just draw a line through the middle. You've got to decide where your bail is going to be. You could be at the top, it can be the side, you know, where you want your bail to be. So with an oval, you just need to centre it. So have a look at it. Is that quite centre? Almost. Take a bit of time just to get that centred. Okay, more or less. Then just start to frame the wire around the shape that you've just made. Just first with your fingers using the natural curve, and then I'm just going to make one bend and work back from there. So I've got that as a starting point. That's going to be a bail, and that's going to be the outer frame. Take some time just to make sure it's nice and circular. This is the one we're going to be the most precise about, and the inner three that we're going to make aren't going to be so precise until we finally finish weaving the frame up. So you don't have to be so precise, but this is the one you have to get sized right. Okay, you can make minor adjustments, but it's just so useful if you get this right first of all. Right, this, because it's a studio and there's something to do with the energy when you're tense, you know, the wire doesn't move quite as well. So don't want to waste too much time on this bit, but just take time to make sure that fits nicely. I'm holding that round to the top, bringing that down, just checking that fits into that fits. Okay, make any final adjustments. Next thing you do, just check it fits the stone, which you know it will, with a bit of gap round it. That's fine. Right, next thing to do is make the next frame in. So another pen, just draw inside this and make another frame exactly the same way inside, but don't be too precise about this bit, just sort of gently curve it. I'll show you with the bits of wire that I've made, because I'm not going to make those again for you, because you can see that's the first frame, all precise, and that's the next one in, which I managed to tangle. How did I manage to do that?
Oh, I tangle everything here.
That sort of fits more or less inside, and then you make a third one. Just draw this round in to make a third one, and just shape it a third one so that it's smaller, like that. Perfect. But I haven't been too precise about the top, because no sharp ends there, because if you need to reshape, you don't want to be too precise. Right. And I've done that for all the cabochons. Have got that sort of starting point, and I've done little diagrams and things like that in them. So they've all got that sort of, and I've taken pictures of these as well for you, so that you've got them.
They'll all be on the Jewellery Maker Facebook page, which is just Jewellery Maker UK. Once you've gone on to facebook.com/Jewellery Maker UK, and Mike has taken pictures of everything, every stage, so we can continue to follow you. So don't worry if you want to get a closer look at that. You don't need to pause the screen, it'll be there for you as well.
Now I'm going to take a very short piece of 0.4mm wire, because I'm trying to work with it for speed, but you really probably need about 4 meters, or no, 3 meters, say fingertip to fingertip. How about that to work with?
Perfect. And it was the 1 mil, just to check, that you used
the 1 mil for the frame.
Perfect.
Now that's well done. Thank you, reminded me, because you've got to very gently with this one tap it round and hammer it. just to work hard. This is the one that I want to actually just keep the shape, just that outer one, and you can tap the other ones if you like, but don't tap near the top.
Right.
Because you're going to be reshaping them. So I'm just doing gentle tapping, not to flatten, but just to work harden, okay?
And does it
the same with
matter
that
if
one.
you use, could you use it, we've had lots of messages in, everybody loves it, and they're just wondering, could they use a different gauge of wire for the frame, or is the one
I
mil
would
the
stick
main
to the one. I think if you go down to 0.8, the frame will start distorting.
Right.
For me,
And
because I'm a bit heavy-handed with
Okay.
things, and I think start with the one because you've got some strength to it.
Perfect.
And then work down to the 0.8 and 0.25 when you get. Well,
Once you've
yes,
tried it
yes.
a few times. All
Only
right.
because I think this
Hope
holds
that
it
answers your questions.
So 1, 2, 3 around the larger frame only. 1, 2, 3, and I'm using this sort of kind of almost stepped frame setting because it allows stacks and stacks and stacks of purchase sites to weave shapes onto. And to weave the backing plates and things like that. Then I need to add in, this is a fiddly bit because we've got three wires. I'm having to hold them into place. So once you've got a few kind of bindings of these together, then it all becomes a lot easier. So then 1, 2, 3, make sure you squeeze that together to make that look neat, and then pull this so that, come on, so there's about a millimetre or 2 millimetres between the two frames. So hold it precisely with your fingers. Can you see it? Is that okay?
Yes, it's perfect, Rachel.
And then let me know if it's not, because my hair gets in the way, my big hair gets in the way.
I don't know how you can do it from a distance. I don't know
I'm not
how any of our
not
guest
really
designers
doing
can
it.
do that.
Anyway,
Just to
that's
let you
better.
know, we've got 16 left, but I have 25 in baskets, not to mention those of you who are thinking about it who haven't yet called. So at this moment in time, if you want to make sure you get this, now's the time to either call or check it out of your baskets. I don't mean to rush you, I just know how disappointing it is when you do miss out because you're engrossed in
It's a
watching
lovely
the design.
kit to work with as well. It's got so much to work with, and the elements and colours are lovely. You've got 3 there, and then you really want 3 across the other side to balance it. But really, I'm just going to be very quick and just show you the technique.
For sure.
Yeah, because then we're going to work to that. I really want to progress on because we've got so much to cover. And then bring it up to add the 3rd one. In 3 round there. Keeping that spacing. 3 round there, and then work your way back down again to the outside, and you carry on all the way until you reach the top. Now I'll just quickly show, once you get to that next 3, use your pliers just to squash those little weaves together, those little 3 like this, squash and squash and squash, and then as you come back, just travel back with this zigzaggy weave all the way along. And I'm just going to show you the finished bit in a minute. I think we'll stop there. You can get the point. As this is already starting to hold together, even with just 3 little binding points, it'll become easier as you work round. So I'm going to move this away.
For sure.
Okay.
And that's, if you've just tuned in, what Mike and Wes were just showing you on the camera is what we're working on at this moment. So there's so many gorgeous pieces, but Rachel's chosen to show you our blossoming
the 2 flowers points, because again, I've got to pick a piece that we can show within the time with design elements that we can show. So we've got a finished weave. Can you see I've gone zigzag all the way around till I reach the top, the back of the outer one on either side. Can you see that? And I've started to shape this a little bit with my fingers so that it stands upright like it would fit around the stone.
Like tiered.
Yes, so you can fit it around the stone at this point. Okay, and just check that. I'm just going to move that up, and this one up a little bit, and this to the side just so that I can see what I'm doing. And we've got the back one. I need to make sure the back one fits into place. Can you see that?
Yeah, so if I'll just get you to move your front finger. Perfect.
The back one fits into place. Push it round.
Thank you.
Make any small adjustments, and then take it away from the cabochon and start to bind at the back between the 2 in a figure of 8. So I've just made the first attachment for the cabochon in place. little figure of 8 weave a couple of times.
And that's the 0.4.
Yes, binding onto the 1, and then bring the wire up to the front, because we can use it later. Don't ever cut a wire end until you really feel you've used it.
Yeah,
you know.
until you're sort of finished.
Yes.
The cabochon Rachel's using at the moment is coming up in a next opportunity, next bundle, in about 10 moments time. All righty.
Little figure of 8s up to the front, and then I've got that out of the way, and I can actually bind well, we're going to fit something just to the front of a little bead, I think, to the front of the cabochon, just to pull that the front 2 wires into place. So I'm just once around these wires, and then we're going to get to the front. I just need to bind that top frame wire into place. So bring the cabochon back, just going to fit this together. Well, there's not much space, which is quite good at the top. I'm just going to be able to put 1 bead, I think, in between. So we're going to get 1 little bead and put that in, and sometimes your wires will need a couple of beads in that little space, and just feed it across, and then you've actually then attached the top one.
And you do get the beads with it, the 700.
Fantastic. They're so beautifully, the surface is so beautifully lustrous. They look really, really pretty.
They're quite expensive,
yes,
don't they?
they really do. Add something there, 1 little bind across, and I've now bound the top frame in place. I'm just going to quickly show you how to weave the bail, and then we're going to make the little central pattern design. So don't cut these, but I'm going to cut them now because I want to be able to concentrate on the bail. So I'm so sorry, I wouldn't normally cut these, but I'm going to have loads of wires going out of the way, so I wouldn't normally cut them. You'd actually use them to bind along these side bits, but I'm going to have to do it just for demonstration. So don't cut these, okay? Leave them, but you're going to be working with a few trailing wires, and that's one thing you might have to get used to. Okay, next thing to do, shape the bail. Now I've got 6 wires, so we can make something out of this bail with the 6 wires. So I'm going to take the 2 front wires and put them to the side, and the 2 back wires I'm going to bend into a little leaf bell shape. I've just done that with my fingers and make final adjustments with the pliers. Can you see that?
Yep.
And where they cross, just bend them outwards, and also think about what you're going to hang it from. Are you going to hang it from a little chain, or are you going to hang it from a big thick braid? And this length of this needs to be accordingly, longer for a big thick braid and shorter for a little chain, for example. So just try and balance it with the size of the stone and the piece that you're making. So you've got a teardrop there, and just use a bit of 0.4 wire. I'm going to start this one off, but I'll show you a finished piece in a minute, or where the bail is done.
Brilliant.
So I'm going to use a very short piece of wire, but you'd use about 2 or 3 times this length, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay, because I need a bit projecting. So you need about 80 centimetres projecting, because you're going to use that to wind down one of these bail end wires to add detail, and the rest to weave the bail. With this part of it, so I'm actually going to leave a very short projection because I don't want it waving around, but in real life you're going to have a longer one. Start to, God, my hands are trembling, that's silly, isn't it?
It's
silly hands. And then just start doing a 2x2 weave. Right, I'm going to put my hand down to steady it, because otherwise you're just seeing vibrating wires.
To try and hold something steady from a distance and work with that. I don't know how you do it.
It's just when you suddenly realise what you're doing, I think that's when it hits you. So 2x2.
You're a superstar.
And then 2x2, and then across. So 2x2 weave means 2 around the side frames, and then a figure of 8 across. So you're pulling across from the top of this one, moving to the back of this one, and then around in a figure of 8, like that. And it's a lovely basic weave. I don't use very many sort of really intricate weaves, to be honest. And what I'm doing is building them up to make the more intricate pieces using them. So in other words, it's not going to hopefully put people off making them if they know they know how to do these weaves, they know how to do them, and then hopefully then they can say, well, I can do that, I can go on and make these pieces. So I'm hoping, I just want to see what you make. Please post on Facebook, please tag me, and so that I can see. I'd love to see what you make.
Rachel Norris has got a Facebook page. If you've never joined Facebook before, don't worry, you don't have to be a member of Facebook. You can still look at pictures and you can still follow Rachel's work. I've tagged Rachel already in my post today. My name's Ali Defoy, if you didn't know, and Rachel, it's Rachel Norris. But if you ever want to search Rachel, she's got a beautiful website. I was looking at it today. If you want to really follow her, have a look on that and find out everything about her. But right now, make sure you watch this, because you can always look back at a later date, but now is the time to make sure you know what you're doing here.
Now I'm going to stop and do a dreadful thing and cut this, because I'm not going to, I know, because I want to show you the two side bits. So imagine I've woven all the way along to the end. When you get to this bit, which I would like, I'm going to cheat and go up to this bit.
You're allowed
Imagine
to
I've woven up to here. At this point, this is where the weaves become a little bit more difficult, and they start to pull, they want to pull away from you a little bit. And you just have to hold the weave as you go. Okay, hold it with your fingers and then pull across, and then the weave won't slip up towards a smaller space. When you weave up from a small space to a larger space, it's so easy. It's when you weave from a larger space to a smaller space, you just have to hold on to that weave as you go, okay, and pull in tight as you go round on each pass to almost grip the wire as much as you can. I'm actually pulling that quite tight, but with my finger very close to the frame where I'm weaving, so you don't distort the frame with the pressure that you're putting on it. It's very important to try and keep your finger close to where you're weaving when you're weaving. It's often a mistake that people make, and then it doesn't distort the wire.
Can I just ask you to turn it just sideways?
Oh, yes.
If I just do that way,
yes.
you can see that just there.
Get another bit of wire. So imagine I've woven all the middle bit as well, but it's just keep that weave as close as you can, as neat as you can, and try and practice that technique. We're going to use it later on with little leaves and things like that, so we're going to use the same technique.
And that's for anyone who's just joined us. If you missed the start, that's the back two wires of the frame that you're working in that section there, and the front two wires of the two inner frames you are still set out to the side for you there. And this is what we're making.
Now we're going to make the side parts to the bail. So we've woven up to there, don't cut the wire and leave it. Now shape these two side wires around the bail. I shouldn't put that on. And then this one too. Use my third hand there, okay, no one noticed, it's alright.
Oh, so nobody noticed.
Every artisan has a third hand. It is their mouth actually holding onto things.
Well, I do that all the time.
Yeah, it's okay, isn't it? The thread, you know, everyone does it. So imagine I've done that a little bit more neatly than that. Shape it and form it to that bail as much as possible so it follows the form.
Right.
And do that for the other side as well. The top wire becomes the outer wire, and the middle wire still stays as the middle wire. So, and then I'm just going to very quickly do that to get that out of the way. So we've got that, and it's going to start to form the bail wire. So taking a long length of 0.4mm wire, I've chosen a short length just to be quick. Yeah. Start to bind around the outer frames. Press them flat with your fingers and bind 3 times around 2 of the outer frame wires. Sorry if I got you with the wire.
No,
there.
you're fine.
And go round 3 times.
Get me with wire anytime you want, Rachel.
And then bind 3 times only around the very outer wire, and press and push down 3 times around, and you're going to start to build up a pattern with this weave. So 3 times around only the outer one, and 3 times around the middle wire, and you're going to build up a beautiful, I love this pattern with weaving. And it looks very professional, it's very easy to do, but it always looks very neat, except when I'm doing it live on air. And then 3 around the other side. Just make sure you push together regularly with your fingers to make sure that the weave stays neat and tight. And I'll show you the finished one in a minute.
Okay.
So you've built up a 3 by 3 all along here and finished there. Don't cut the wires. Pass the other end of that wire and do exactly the same all along this other side of the bail. I'm just going to show you what we've got.
Article.
Yeah, that's the next bit.
Just while Rachel gets that for you, I'm just going to show you, because everybody's saying, I love the cabochon Rachel's working with, can I get one?
Yes,
yes you can. Now there's quite a huge selection of cabochons here.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Yes, I'll move my mum. And I'll move the hammer. There we go. All right, does it look neat and tidy for you there, Mike? There we go. Right, so you're going to get yourself 2 reels of wire with this particular bundle that goes with what Rachel's working. And the wire, of course, was used later as well.
Yes, I didn't actually use that wire. I'll just show you the pieces that I've made. these are my own pieces, but they very closely match those stones as much as they can, just to show the contrast. I mean, I obviously carried on using the copper wire with those cabochons, but if you tune the antique bronze wire with those cabochons, I mean, that's a sort of effect, the very dramatic effect that they'll come out with. Okay.
Totally, almost contrasting look
Yes,
to what the
yes,
first one was.
much more
Everybody in
earthy.
my ears just going, whoa.
Much more earthy look, Ali, to
Wow.
this sort of the antique bronze, wire, which is lovely. Yeah.
And this actually, if you love your dragonfly, you will adore the polymer kit that's coming. Can you believe it? Rachel is working with polymer clay. I know it. Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Ali. That's
We
very
hand this to
kind.
you.
There we go. Thank you, darling.
So yes, there's some beautiful pieces coming up, but that's also, if you're more into the wire work, then you can make a dragonfly design as well. If you were getting excited when you heard us
So
talk about
what are the
polymer.
cabochons made of? Because I didn't. We don't get the sort of.
Oh, you don't get the
listing.
information. So
I
these
didn't look
are your agates. So they're ruby spotted agates.
Oh,
so
interesting. They've
tiny
got
spots
pinks and
of sort of
things.
ruby colour within your agate. So you might have seen an agate, well, you probably have worked with many an agate, but it's nice to get sort of a mixture. These are almost sort of, I'm presuming these are natural agates. I could be wrong, but I'll get it checked. There's 250 carats. Yeah, they're completely natural. So if you've ever heard of ruby zoisite, zoisite is the host rock for tanzanite, and it's green, a sort of green and black almost matrix to it. And then you get these lovely sort of red rubies forming on the surface. So this is almost like that sort of idea with the ruby colour in there on an agate. Now what's lovely about these is they're very lustrous, totally natural, and almost like sort of perfect pebble you would find on a...
Look at that with the banding on it. It's really pretty. And that, again, you can use that as a background to, that's why I thought they were lovely to make as a background for the artwork, because that will shine through the wire work you put on the front, or they're beautiful enough to use without a pattern on the front, or very simple line across.
Now you're getting a selection, because you might think, Ali, that looks more than 250 carats. This one here that I'm showing you is your ruby. You can see little flecks of pinks and reds in your agate. This is again natural. It's latte jasper, so you're getting a little bit of a mix of latte jasper and your totally natural ruby spotted agate as well. So you can be able to see the slight hints of the ruby pinks dotted in there, and then you've got more of a latte hue with your jasper, and you're getting a bigger carat weight of the latte jasper. Can you see the latte jaspers are all the oval shapes, and then the square shapes are your individual ruby spotted agates. Now, when you're talking about cabochons, I know many of you know this already, but if you're new to Jewellery Maker, you might not be aware. The cabochon part of it is actually the dome-like surface and the flat bottom. It can be any shape to be a cabochon. It could be a square, it could be a pear, it could be a diamond shape, it could be a fancy shape, but it's the flat bottom and the dome-like which is what makes it the cabochon. Alrighty, so you can get any gemstone can be a cabochon. It's just dependent. Now, I have here 4 in the ruby colour of your agates, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in your, is that the same there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 on your latte jasper. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that's the quantity you will get, but I will guarantee that that's the shapes you will get. And I will guarantee that you'll get that carat weight, 720 carats for the latte jasper and 250 carats for the ruby spotted agate, and they're all natural. And then you're getting both wires. The gauges in the wire are 0.25mm, which you get 50 metres of, and 10 metres of the 0.6. So a total of 60 metres of wire, £25.
Fantastic. Well, and you can have real good fun playing with those. Yeah, you can make. I mean, I didn't have a chance to work with the square. I had an idea. I was going to do Viking knit, which would look really kind of suit the shape, similar to the necklace, Viking knit with 2 kumi ends either side and a really nice square sort of watch face type setting. I just didn't have time. I ran out. So
well, I'm not surprised.
I was too tired.
I don't know how you had time to make all of this.
I had it in my head to do it, but I couldn't do it. So
well, thank you for telling us, because now you'll be sitting at home and you'll be thinking,
that's
oh,
what
I
you could
like
do.
that idea.
Nice Vikings.
Make sure you take a picture and send it to Rachel. Send it to us so we can show Rachel, or send it to her own Facebook page. You can do that. You'd love that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. I want to see. I'd just love to know all this hard work has been worth it then to reach out to other people.
I think
really,
just from the amount of messages we've had, the amount of jaws that have dropped today, I mean, hopefully you got you could feel from the feedback in the workshop how much everybody is in awe and loves this.
Thank you. Well, shall we carry on?
Yes,
okay?
I've got 20
So-
left, so check them out. Well, 19, 18 now. Oh, that'll shortly be 17. So check them out as soon as you can. And yes, you take it away, Rachel.
Here you can see that the bail has now been woven. So that's really what you should end up having. A teardrop as a leaf shape inside and 2 outer elements. Okay. Before you do anything with the bail, I just want to draw inside this cabochon space, turning it over so that the front is actually on the paper. So you need to know then what space you've got to work with your wire work.
So that's the smaller of the 3
do a couple of them in
wireframes.
case you make a mistake, you know, and you can then doodle, knowing the space you've got, what design you want.
Right.
So put that way. So that can be for later. Next thing to do is just anchor the bail together. And you've got, this is the sort of wires, you're going to have loads of these wires, but they're all useful. They're all really useful, so you keep them all. To the front, you should have, oh god, I end up with about 8 wires. I'm just going to weave together the top of the bail, just with a couple of figure 8s around the wires, just to make sure that they're sort of bound together, and then you can just shape the bail round. Just bring it together, a couple of binds round, and that will start to pull that bail together so that, and keeping it flat with your fingers so that it fits nicely into place. Next thing to do is just bind the bail round, bend the bail round into a curve. What I forgot to do on this one actually was add the little ball. I was going to leave that to this stage, and I've already done that. So imagine there's a little ball at the front here as well. Okay. Use a mandrel. It can be a pen, it can be a gizmo handle, or anything that's quite good for bending round. Just start to bend the bail round with your fingers. Just gentle, small movements, keeping these together. And you can do a really fancy thing actually, and put your sort of rock this in between here to actually slightly indent it. And you end up with a kind of indented top. But that's something you can do as well. And then bring this round, and then you're starting to form the bail. Just make sure it's balanced, because you've got 6 different wires. I'm doing this sort of in reverse, sorry about this, and it may not be balanced properly.
And that's the 0.4 gauge wire using for the weaving, if I'm
the weaving
correct.
and the one for the frame.
And the 1 mil for your frame. So lots and lots of you messaging in. If you've just joined us and you weren't with us from the start, there's a 0.4 mil gauge for the weaving and the 1 mil gauge for the outer frame.
Okay, right, so you've got 6 end wires, and we need to do something with those. Okay. The 2 back wires, gosh, sorry about all these ends. Out of the way. The 2 back wires we're going to use for the backing plate, so I'm going to just gently shape them into place. Sorry, I've got a 0.4 in the way. Those can be used for the backing plate, and I'll shape them properly later. So they're going to form the backing plate for the cabochon. Then we've got 4 wires here, which we're going to use. You can use to make the curls at the front of the cabochon. And or form part of the detail of the pattern, depending on which pattern you're making. So you can see that pattern there. So 2 of them we're going to save to make a little pattern on the front, and 2 we're going to make up into a curl to fit over the bail. Put that away. So the 2 front wires, what we've got to do next, sorry about these wires, again I don't want to cut them because I will actually do something with this. We're just going to bind front to back with the bail, so a couple of times through, with one of the end wires through the front. Okay, I don't want, sorry about this.
No, we
Lots
need
of
to see,
apologies.
because if you're sitting at home and you've got all these wires everywhere, and if you didn't have them, everybody would be
That's
sitting
what
thinking,
they have, yeah. You'll be working with lots of
why have I
wires.
got all
and
these
it's-
wires and Rachel
yes.
doesn't have them?
They will eventually go away, and the relief you have as each wire gets sort of bound in, and I think, it's starting to tidy up, and it does make you feel so much better, because it is a bit sort of awful working with lots of bits of wire. That one's tangled, so I'm going to put it through in small spaces, cinch it through, and do this a couple of times, not just once, on either side to cinch this bail together. I've only got time to do it once, okay? A couple of times through the spaces, and on some of these little passes through, you can add, if you come out at the front, you can add a bead in. So what I've done actually with some of these ones, I've added rows of beads as I've gone, just to fill in the space. So on this time, the time when you're actually binding the bail together, you can start to add beads through. and just fill in the space at the base of the bail. I'm only going to have time to add one, but you can see with each fine through you're going to add another 2 and maybe 3 at the top here, another one down here, so you can add these little beads into the space. Next thing we're going to do, yeah, don't worry, is choose which one you're going to work with and just wind along the side of one of these side wires. Just put them out of the way for the minute.
Even the back looks incredible.
But that's what we're going to, yes, that's what we're going to use some of those wires to, the back 2 wires forming the backing plate. So some of these wires we just want to just, this one, you've got to choose which one you're going to have, sorry about this, you're going to choose which one you're going to have to form over the front of the pendant. Well, that one's going to go at the front, that one's going to be going at the front. I don't want to do too much to it and have it too much in the way, but that's what it's going to be. Okay. Cut it down a little bit. This one's going to be a bit shorter, so cut it down to about 6 to 8 centimetres, and this one to about 10 centimetres in length, say, so that we've not got too much in the way. And this one's going to come around and form the bail. So what we need to do is just, don't do anything with these 2 just yet, the front ones, but just wrap all along the side of these, and probably cut again to about 10 centimetres either side. Just make sure they're balanced.
So that's just using the 0.4 and just winding it
along until you have about 2 centimetres of bare wire at the end. So I'll just show you very quickly, because we're going to see a more finished piece in a minute, okay? But all you need to do along these 2 side ones, not the 2 front ones or the 2 back ones, is just wrap along. And because I haven't bound the bail together properly, it's moving about a bit, but you should use a few more than perhaps than that.
When you're at home, you've got your time to do that. We're just wanting to show you all the integral parts.
Just as long as you do what I say. Exactly. I say, not what I do. Yeah. And then wrap along until you've got about 2 centimetres of bare wire at the end, and leave it, cut in and leave it, and do that on both sides of these side wires. Yep. Now I'm going to do a dreadful thing and cut these away, okay? Because we need to concentrate on, because once you've done that, you've got rid of it. It won't be there anyway,
so.
And
so you just bear in mind that you've done all that wrapping,
just get rid of that,
and they won't be there anyway because they'll be wrapped.
Another way of tidying ways, it's a bit like watching a hairdresser. What do? They tidy the hair out of the way or put it in a clip. Yeah. So one way, while you don't want to work with those wires, just tuck them away. Don't twist them too much, just a little twist along, and they're out of the way while you're working with the main piece.
Oh, exactly. That's exactly what they do. They just give it a wee twist and
clip up. So that's what you're doing. So you've got this wire bound up, this wire bound up, these 2 backing plate wires, and these 2 are going to form the front of your piece. I just need to get somewhere. So next thing we're going to do is have a little design to go in the middle. Okay, so I'll put this to one side for the minute. Of course. You've drawn, I will use it in a minute, you've got your little doodles. And what are you going to do? I mean, there's I've done some little geckos and dragon. That's the idea for the dragonfly, and I was trying to fit it into the space.
I'll hold these up so everybody can see.
And these have all been photographed actually. So then I decided, and do a little. That's how we're going to fit 2 blossoms in. So that's the design we're going to use for this one. Okay. So again, because you've used that space, you've drawn a little space, you can decide exactly what you want to fit in, into that space, for example, and fit your design in and plan it. So you've got your planning of your design. So the next thing to do is form little flowers.
Just as you do that, talking of flowers, we've had quite a lot of people say they're in love with everything, but as there's such a low stock on the cabochons, we want to bring you the mesh, because everybody's talking about not just the floral designs, but actually the necklaces. I guess the ideas of what you've made is how to make those matching necklaces. So
thank you.
It was using mesh for these 2, believe it or not, as in this one as well. So using the mesh wire, which we're just going to put on the screen for you now. I'll just quickly run through what you've got so that we don't have to at any point interrupt Rachel's demonstration, because I want to make sure that we can all just relax and enjoy it. So quickly, I'll just go through your different colours. Oh, hello. Oh, and that's, of course, you get that in the first design inspiration opportunity that we offered to you. That was there. That is mesh wire, but if you wish to create that with a different colour, you could do that too. Maybe you've got a particular outfit that you want a particular colour for. Now you've got baby pinks in here. You've got yourself, in fact, have they got the names on the front of them? No, they've just got, oh yes they do. So we've got the black wire mesh and the emerald wire mesh. You're getting yourself in each one 1mm gauge and 10 yards of each. Now if my memory remembers, oh sorry, hold on, it's a dusty rose that you get 10 yards of, everything else is 5. Forgive me.
If you look in the braids, that's what the braids are.
Yes.
They're over there, just to bring them down. And they work so well together actually. I'll bring that down so you can see the colour combinations together and how gorgeous they are actually. And I don't do kumihimo, I haven't done it really but very much before. I've done a couple of pieces with it. And watching Prue has inspired me.
So just above
Sarah,
Tom, we're just looking at them. Thank
Sarah
you,
and
sweetheart.
Prue have inspired me to sort of have a go, and I really enjoyed it. Really therapeutic. It's something you can take on an airplane because you can't take your tools, you can't take your wire, but you could take a kumihimo disc on the airplane and have a go. And see, it's something you
Don't
can
take kitchen scissors on the airplane. I did that. My mother and father nearly disowned me at the airport. I took kitchen shears, big massive scissors. I was doing a project for the Girl Guides.
Yes.
Doing ribbon, and I thought, oh, I'll take my scissors to do it on the plane. All of these we're only looking for, how much? $34.95, but we're going to do something extra special on your price, just to let you know. Chocolate colour, gold colour, $24.95. Quick as you can. Now I've been told that a lot of these have been allocated already. So the rose, we've got rose and dusty rose, and we've also got your final one is your copper, which was used in the previous inspiration as well.
With the 1mm wire, 1mm braid.
Yep.
Just be very gentle with kumihimo because you can break it. You're really rough with it. But and the 3mm works really, really, really well. And just put it through a draw plate, and you can make a lovely, just one of these draw plates or something like that, and make a lovely sort of braiding braid with it. If you
so they're all 3mm apart from one.
Yes.
So the dusty rose is the one that you get 10 yards of, and you get a 1mm gauge, but all the other ones are 3mm, so they are
but you can thread beads onto that. So that's the one you could use to add your beads on.
It's maybe like your lazy strand with that.
Yes, or your with the kumihimo, you can. There's some you need to be able to add beads on, for example.
So instead of using your beading thread,
yes, you could use and then carry it on either side of the beads, for example. So it's a good one.
Sounds gorgeous, doesn't it? So all of your colours, you've got yourself your wire mesh marvellousness. Oh, that's a lovely one. Marvellousness. Sean Connery style. You've got 10 yards in the dusty pink, which is dusty rose, sorry, which is 1mm. The rest are all 3mm and 5 yards. And you've got the black, the chocolate, the copper, the emerald, the gold, and the rose as well. So that's everything you get. We've got 13 left, but bear in mind that doesn't count how many people have it in the basket. So try and get it when you can, because we want to get back to this.
Right. The next thing we're going to do is make two completely identical little flowers that are going to fit into the space. And luckily, with the two, they're just going to fit together as opposite little elements, you know, so you know that's how they'll fit together. So, but they can be made exactly the same in mirror image, so there's no difference between them. So
Rachel in Cornwall sent you a message. Hi Mum, have a good show. Love Jack Joe.
Oh, hello. Oh my goodness, I'll see you tonight. I haven't seen you for 3 days. Love you all. Love you Gemma, love you Jack and Joe, love Bramble, and I love Peter.
Oh, and I love you all too.
And the house is going to be trash when I go home.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be tidying right about now.
The Hoover, do you know how to use the Hoover?
Yes, or vacuum.
That'd be nice.
Dyson's also available. I'm sure there's another brand.
And then, so take a 15cm length of 1mm wire and start to make some petals for a little flower shape. So sharp bend, bring the round nose pliers in fairly near the tip and start to make a little petal. There, and then another bend, make another little petal. I have to do this fairly quickly. Imagine I'm doing them all, they've got to be all kind of neat and even and the same size, so just make sure. Just going to make 3 and then start to even that up a little bit. You can see that.
Right.
Okay, what I'm going to do, is start to even that up, because they're not close enough together. So you can make 3 and then put them together a little bit with a little bit of manoeuvring. Okay,
Rachel,
and then
I'm sorry to ask you, could you just perfect, just a wee bit forward. Thank you.
Sorry. Another one. insert the round nose pliers. Use the wire to put it round. Don't have to do too much work. You're hardly touching the wire. You can see just at the edge, so that you're not marking the wire.
Yeah.
Again, you can bring this in.
Sort of guiding it, really, aren't you?
Yes. I just need to take that. Sorry, I'm just going to move that out of the way. So I want to do that last little bit. Okay, around. So I've got the 5-petal flower. Use very sharp bends. Insert the very tips of your chain nose pliers, and then push round so you've got that sharp bend coming out. To make a really sharp bend, you can clamp either side of that bend, and it actually comes in and becomes more tighter as you go. So you clamp either side of a bend. You can make a really sharp bend then. Next thing to do is just insert the round nose pliers into the end wire and start to make a little cowl. And just try and fit that into the middle of the flower. You know what I did? I actually put it in the centre of the flower. I made a little cowl. And then cut off and trim. I'm just going to make, if I make the leaf bit, Ali, then you can bring those lovely beads, those lovely gemstones on. Yes, of course. Okay. Flush cutter pliers with the flush end close towards the side you're working on, and then manoeuvre that in so that it's in the centre of the flower. And I've made a bit of a hash job of it, but you shouldn't make it look nice and neat. About 1 centimetre long, form a little leaf shape, grip with the pliers, sharp, not that sharp. Wow, that wire is very soft in here.
And the heat can't help it at all,
it just suddenly makes it flow much more than it would do normally. Gripping near the end, clamping there, pulling round. I formed a little leaf shape, pulling it in, and then round, and then trimming to about 7 centimetres, something like that. And then make another flower exactly the same. Ali, do you want to show us that?
Yes, of course.
Get the next thing.
We'll get that on there for you. So, this is just a wee extra treat because everything else is sold out. So, what we thought we'd bring you, some extra wire, because it would work perfectly colour-wise, because you've got yourself that wonderful copper colour wire. Copper wire is that 1mm gauge that Rachel's been using for the framework, so it's a must. If you didn't get that earlier, we've got a combination where you're going to get both of these. This is a 1mm, and you're also getting 1mm in the antique bronze colour too. Yeah. So if you wanted to have a wee mix, and maybe try, depending on the colour of gemstones you've got, or the cabochons, you might want to maybe make the frame with the antique bronze.
Yes.
So we've got that there for you, both reels, so that's 50 metres of each, 100 metres of your wire, 1mm gauge in each one, 2 different colours, antique bronze and copper colour. They're both copper wire, and then you've got 4 strands. Now that's 70 carats of smoky quartz. They're all graduated irregular plain drops. They are 75 carats of citrine, 80 carats of the gorgeous sumptuous carnelian, and then sunstone as well, which if you've never seen it before, is this one here, part of the gorgeous feldspar family, which you might have heard, you maybe know it's sort of relatives, which is the lovely labradorite or the moonstone.
Oh, yes, it is.
So you'll know this is a gemstone that has aventurescence, so natural inclusions within it that allow it to sparkle and catch the light and really come alive, especially in natural daylight. Studio lighting won't ever really do it much justice, but when you get the chance to see it in a natural situation, and you have 40 days, I'm making this up as I go along, 30 days to make your mind up. It's because I saw the 4 for the strands.
40 days and 40 nights or something.
So join us when you can on this. They start around 30 centimetres for the smoky quartz, 28 centimetres for the citrine, 27 for the carnelian, and 25 centimetres for the sunstone. Now, just for the wire alone, we should be looking about £35.90 just for the wire. We're then going to introduce the 4 strands. Imagine we did them at £9.95 each. Oh, or all of it for £40. All of it for £39.95. Hold on a minute, I said 40 subconsciously. Do you think I managed to convince Kimbo to go to £40 because I said it?
That's good with the wire as well. Excellent. Oh my goodness. They're so pretty. There's got little tiny green elements in there as well.
In the citrine, isn't there?
And that one, how's that green? It's got a little bit of green in it.
It's just the way it's formed. It's just the way that Mother Nature has maybe...
Beautiful.
It is really unusual. In fact, to be fair, I don't think I've ever seen it before. It's the natural inclusions with it, because it will be natural citrine, I imagine. It's just a matter of depending on where it's come from, the elements that have been present at the time that have allowed it to have that sort of green colour coming through. Really. Oh no, I haven't even mentioned, £4 is that for the 4 strands. £4 and 5 pence. So if you were going to buy the wire anyway, you're getting 4 strands of gemstones for £4 and 5 pence. If you weren't going to get the wire, but now you're seeing it and you wanted the gemstones, you're getting a huge discount on the wire. So either way, we're trying to encourage you maybe to try a new medium, maybe to give something a go you haven't already.
Look at those earrings. Are those earrings made with it?
Yes.
Are they beautiful?
So these are a wee treat that was made, in fact I'll turn them around so they're the correct way. These 3 treats were made by one of our beading buddies, Sue. So, oh, I love the movement that you're getting on there as well. Oh, I love that. I love a tassellating ring, giving you an idea of what you can do with your nuggets as well. So that's lovely, giving you an idea of you can use a wire on its own, you can incorporate nuggets, you can do it separately. So that's £40. I'm going to leave that there because I want to get back to what we're doing with Rachel. As much as I love these, don't get me wrong, yeah.
Next thing to do is just spiral the end. Yes, that's what we do. And really what you need to do is make sure you fitted it into the space, okay, which we'll do in a minute. Just show you the technique. Tell me, oh my goodness, right, okay. So spiral the end, imagine I spiraled it, and hammer that flower so it looks lovely and flat. Okay, and hammer the spiral when you made it as well.
Okay.
Okay, what we need to do next is weave that little leaf with a 0.25mm wire in exactly the same way as you made the bail. Okay, just in a smaller scale. Just make sure you finish off at the end with a little tail of wire. So don't cut that end wire. So leave yourself 10 or 15 centimetres of 0.25 wire at the end because you're going to use that to bind the pieces together.
Okay.
Next thing to do, I might have to talk you through this bit.
Yep.
Is, I'll do it very quickly, is wind some 0.4mm wire around the stem. Okay. Okay, I'll do it very quickly. And I get slower as I'm saying, I'm doing it very quickly.
That's an art form in itself, just watching you wind that round.
And then with this one, bind across. You can see you've got a little natural sort of loop you can bind across to start to bind the flower together.
Oh,
bring the wire up, add a bead on. I had a bead. Yeah, there we are.
Yep, that's there.
There we are, which I managed to squash.
I'll take them all.
That's it. Rusty old block. We live in Cornwall. It's by the sea, so everything gets rusty. Door handles do, everything. Add on a bead, bind around these little central loops a couple of times, more than I have, okay? I've only had time to do one. Wrap around the bead 1, 2, 3 times, pulling this tight and towards the base of the bead so it doesn't ride up. So you're forming like a little bezel setting, a detail around this. You don't have to do that, but it's just a little technique. Wrap once around the base of one of the petals, and then bring the wire up to the top, I suppose the second petal up, ready, because I'm going to use that to attach the side frame. So you've got and then also here on one of the flowers, on the left hand flower, add on another bead.
Okay.
Which help with the bead.
Do you want some beads?
Yes. Pick those up in a minute.
No, don't you worry about it. This is
We've got
Amelia.
loads of
She's on a
beads.
double shift today, so she'll love that.
Everywhere. Yes, hundreds of beads.
Well, we have
and I've got
700. We've got
plenty to choose from all over the place. And then just bind through across the leaf. And you see once and then a couple of times around that stem. Can you see how I've curled that flower and hammered it? So you've now got 3 attachment points, 3 wires that we're going to be able to use to attach the frame. Make sure that's a little bit better than that.
Okay.
So I'm going to take that away, get the next 2 flowers which are prepared, ready to attach the frame. Might just have to try and talk through this.
For sure.
I'll just attach one. So got that one ready. With one flower I want to have the bead there attached to the leaf and ready. With this flower, the left hand flower, we may not have, with the space that we have, we may need to attach the frame first before we bind across and add that bead, okay? So I've left that in case we need to do that. So bind to the frame, add to the bead, and then carry on binding round. But I'm just going to show the attachment process for this one first, okay? We may only have time to attach one and then show
Yeah,
so you've got
so
3
but
points.
once you know how to attach one, you can
Yes.
then in the opposite.
Bend these out of the way.
Yeah.
So I want to plan this. So we've got a flower point there, and I'm going to try and have this so that petal is sitting like that.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
that's how they work. So once you've got that anyway, even helps to take a photograph so you can actually study it, put it and study it, and then you know where you've planned where everything is. Because once you've taken this away, you kind of forget where the attachments were. So take a photograph maybe at this point, okay, and then have it on your computer screen and have a look at it.
Well, that's a good idea.
At this point now we have, I've decided that those points are probably going to be the best points to attach to.
Perfect.
Because I want that above there and that one there. So that one will really need to attach about to this level. Yeah, I've got it a bit higher, I think. So I just want to check. Yeah, this level here. So bind this 3 times. And imagine I'm going to do, I may not have time to bind it 3 times, everyone. So
But
bind
that's
that
what you
3
would do.
times around there. Bend that backing plate. And then cut in at the back. So you've got spaces in between. Sorry about this, with the starting to panic with the time. So what I'm going to do is relax,
don't
and
worry.
then it'll be absolutely fine. Because I want to be able to show you this without shaking. Silly me. Imagine that's 3 times around, and then cut and bind in. So I'm going to have to pretend I have done that.
Yeah, we can
There you go.
pretend.
Then what I need you to do is pull that towards that side of the frame.
Sorry, Dad, you can just lean back a wee bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm just going to touch that round and cheat.
Yep.
Okay, because this is going to be the back of the cabochon, you can leave sharp ends in behind here. So you cut here 3 times around this space and cut in and bind at the back. With this one, you need a space of a bead, a beading spacer, sorry, to carry that across to the side.
Perfect. Now, if you just tuned in, we've got 5 minutes left on the demonstration.
So
Don't worry.
yeah.
We've got all the pictures on the
Yes.
website. If you've got any questions at any point, do text them in. Or alternatively, you can message Rachel yourself on Facebook. She's on there, Rachel Norris. You can find her.
Okay, this one I've got a lot. Show you. This is the length of wire that we're working with. So I've got a bead in between here, and then what I'm doing is just attaching it to the frame, and then you weave round, and it's a beautiful thing to do. It's very therapeutic, binding this into place. So you bind the first flower into place first, and then that's starting to bind to the front. I think I've probably, silly me, I've done this to the wrong petal. So this actually binding really should have been to that one. So just pretend I've done it to that petal.
Of course.
Okay, it is recoverable, but not on this demo. Not on this demo. And then round.
You have time to sit and work out what you want.
Yeah, exactly. Spend a bit more time.
And not be told to move your head back, and not be told you've got 5 minutes.
Sweetie. And then so you can see how I'm just using the gap between the front frame, and that's why I love this weave, because you've got so much potential for attaching things to cabochons when you've got this triple weave. Also, because it's framing the cabochon already in place, you don't have to actually completely cover the cabochon. You can just have a little detail on one side, because the setting itself is already doing the job of holding the cabochon in place. So if you've got a beautiful,
how much wire you've got to use as well. If you've only got a wee bit, you might just want to do one side.
Or you don't want to cover the whole thing. There, bring it up, wrap it round the cabochon.
The wire. We're talking about cabochons.
Also, you might have a cabochon with a crack or a flaw in it. You know, that you want to cover one side.
Yes, maybe it's
just wrap along, just the stem, until you get to the next gap. Okay, once you get to the next gap, do exactly the same thing. Okay, so bind here. I'm going to talk you through this bit.
Brilliant.
Work your way round.
Do you want to have a look if you've got another one inside?
Yeah, work your way around. Oh, sorry, Ali. Work your way around this. I'll move this away. Can you see how I've bound in between the spaces, along and bound here, added a bead in there, and then wound up, figure of 8, along this spiral, using 4 or 5 wraps around the outside to 2 wraps on the inside, adding a bead in every so often, okay, because that will make it spiral round. Then you can cut and tuck in. If you feel that is touching that, you can bind to that. you can use that end wire, but otherwise cut and tuck in, so don't miss the opportunity. Then what I've done is used a binding wrap here from this wrap, from this attachment to this bead to bind to here. I've used the little wire that we had left over from the leaf to bind to here. I've bound all the way around here, wrapped across with spirals up to this spiral, and then attach between these. This is what the last thing is to show you to do. Just attach and bind these spirals together by finding a space and then attaching in between. And then I can see at the top, so you could do this a couple of times. I've only got time to do one.
Of course.
And then, because we're nearly there, then I'll talk you through the backing plate.
Perfect.
Go round, cut and tuck in. Can you see what I've done? I've wrapped along these two
in the same
things
fashion
here.
as you did
I've
on
got
the
these
side.
two little things here, and this one you can just, there hasn't been space to attach the flower, but in some of them I've bound round and attached it to the flower. With this one, as you pass it over the frame, attach it to the frame as you pass over here, bind down, attach that flower and make a little spiral. I'm just going to make the spiral for you so you can see it. I'm going to do it not from the inside outwards, I'm going to do it from the outside inwards, because sometimes you need to make a spiral fit a space. So what I'm going to do is very quickly show you that.
And it's this one here that's in my hand.
Yeah. Insert the pliers inside.
This part here we're working on.
There we are. And then just make sure this fits the inner space that we've got. There and round. And take it out, and you can hammer that if you want to. And then cut. So that spiral's ready. And then do exactly the same thing that you did
for the other side.
With for the other spirals. Attaching, binding down, attach there, bind down, attach there, and then attach a bead, bind to here and round here, and then you've got the cabochon plate in place. Then you can start, you can curl this, bring it up to the front and curl them into place. And the backing plate, you put the cabochon on in, you can see, imagine if this was attached, how nice it would be, and it all attaches in. Bring this along, and then what we're going to do is just talk through the backing plate, because I think we're going to run out of time.
Yeah, we've just run out, so we'll just quickly talk.
All you need to do, wind down with wire, and I've attached a bit of beads to actually tidy that up. Bind,
bind. Space, as you said.
Bind to the edge, bind to the edges, bind across to add strength to this, bind along here, and then bind to the end, cut and tuck in. Also, before when you start off as well, also wrap around the end here and then bind to the edges, and just this finally holds the cabochon in place.
You are a superstar. I don't know how you managed to not only make it but describe it that quickly in so much detail, as well as you have Rachel. You're a superstar.
Thank you.
Rachel is going to be playing with polymer clay on the other side of a very short break, as well as clearance.
Excellent.
We'll see you in just a short second.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page, where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have two delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Thread the amount of beads you require onto the elastic. Tie a simple knot in the elastic and pull until you feel a change in the tension. Repeat the process another 2 times. To secure the knot, add a touch of jewellery glue or clear nail varnish. Once dry, cut any excess elastic off using your wire cutters or snips.
Well, today on the Cabochons course with Sarah Elvin, I've been learning how to do different types of braiding. I've been learning how to do the bracelets, I've been doing square braids, round braids, how to put beads onto them and how to put findings on, as I didn't know how to do any of this before the course. I actually found the course through going onto the Jewellery Maker studio site and finding the tutorials and the workshops on the course, getting in touch with the studio and inquiring about the course. Before then, I didn't even know that the Jewellery Maker even existed. It has been a wonderful experience, as I have learned so much that I never even knew existed before today. It has been a wonderful experience. I would recommend anybody at all to come on this course, as it has opened my eyes to a whole new world.
The latest edition of the Lure Book is now available. This highly regarded gemstone encyclopedia features over 1,300 pages full of facts and knowledge. Discover the places, the people and the stories behind every gemstone. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
It's clearance, as if I'm allowed to do it on a Saturday as well. One of the busiest days, not only of the week, but of this year so far. It's hugely busy, and it's not just because we're here, oh no, it's because Rachel Norris is with us. We've got about 20 minutes before we get to join Rachel on a design inspiration part 2, which is using polymer clay. Oh my gosh, you're gonna love it. But right now, I'm going to bring you as many treats as I can, so if I rush, please forgive me. It's just so you can get as many options as possible. You can always take your time to get a hold of it. You've got the website to look at and you can look through everything I've offered to you if it's still available, and you've got the phone number where the contact centre are brilliant. They can help you. It's free to call from UK Landline Northern Ireland on 0800 644 655. Best thing to do is grab the code. So the code on this one is I say J, you may say J, GC70. Jot down that code and that refers to this, so the contact centre know exactly what you're looking at, or alternatively on the web you can find it. This is a clearance on wire. Sorry, I don't think I'm allowed to say a wire clearance. I thought we were banned from doing wire clearances, but oh no, it's a wire clearance. So you've got 100 metres, 2 reels of 50 metres. Now one reel is a 0.8 gauge and the other is a 1mm gauge. So 2 exceptionally useful gauges, 1mm in particular. If you were watching, of course you were, Rachel's previous demonstration. If you've missed it, where have you been? Don't watch it now, but later on you can have a look on YouTube and you can follow that and you will absolutely love it. You can get so much inspiration from it. So together we'd be looking at £32.90 normally. Brilliant treat, a great Jewellery Maker price. I don't mean to say that our normal prices aren't fantastic on the website. They really, really are. But of course, if you can get a deal on something, that's always going to be a little bit more exciting, isn't it? We always feel better when we've had a little bit of a price reduction. So for £25, we're offering you the 2 today. So it was £32.90, did you say? £32.90 down to £24.95. Now, I've not brought the 2 blacks before. I brought you 1 black on its own. Why is it going again? It should say double clearance then. We've already done our clear. £20 now, £19.95. Goodness gracious me, what are you up to? Naughty as you like. Talking of naughty, Rachel, Norris! I was on being well behaved, and we've got food, cookies and naughties, and oh my gosh, Rachel, Norris from my favourite shop is wet. Oh, I was behaving so much. Oh, I can't tell my treat friend. Regular viewers, you know I've got a friend who is my treat friend, so we don't have treats unless we're with each other, and then we can have treats together. But yeah, oh no, my treat friend won't love me for that. Don't tell her. It's not like it's on the telly, just don't tell her. I'm not going to tell you her name, so then you can't let her know. 1995 for the most delicious deep rich black. It's lovely and lustrous. It's not a dull black, it's a really inviting, inspiring black. I love it. For 1995. So I'm going to quickly move on. SJ, was it GC70, I think the code on it? Get it while you can. And now is it the copper colour? Oh, pearls. Yes. Shell pearl. Oh, these are pearls. I would have thought these would have been shell pearl with the size of them. They're huge and so virtually perfectly round. Oh, to be fair, I think they look perfect together. I think even if they were separately, I would want to get all three together if the bundle was an opportunity. Now, what was the favourite bundles quantity-wise that you fell in love with in 2014, and you named your favourite quantity in a bundle? Bundles of 3. That's what you said was your #1 bundling opportunity. You felt you get the best value from bundle of 3. That was an award show on the New Year's Day, or New Year's Eve, should I say, with Vicky Carr. So straight away, we're excited. Pearls that are huge. Who called them? Oh, I thought it said potato. It does say potato. Who's the joker that called those potatoes? 10 by 9mm, and the dark peach, which is this size here, goes up to 11 by 10mm, graduates. So you get baby pinks, mulberry, which is the colour 2015 thought to be. I mean, our matte, what do you mean is it? The Pantone colour of 2015 is mulberry. Did you not know that? Well, it's like Marsala, which is your mulberry hues, which is what you're seeing here. It's some Marsala colour. Matt's already got his, he's in trend. He's got his Marsala cardigan on. Marsala and mulberries. Can you see him? There he is. Now you're getting through each one of these strands. Would you expect about £40 each? We would only normally look for £20. Is that all? Not even 29. Not even 25. We'd look at £20. No, put 19.95 on these each. So what? £60 for the 3. You'd be looking £300–400 for a pearl necklace minimum of genuine pearls of this size for 1 strand. Never mind the 3. Oh, and you want to do a clearance price on pearls. Choose your favourite 2, and then we're going to be giving the third one for, in essence, pennies. £45 for the 3. These are the biggest pearls. Now, if you've ever tried to get big pearls, you've probably been looking for quite a long time and maybe struggling, to be fair. It's the luster that you're getting on these. It's the orient that you've got. It's the size of them. It's how virtually near to perfectly round they are. It's only a 1mm. Now, you need to be quick on these. These are flying out the door. The colours match perfectly together. You can use them together. You can use them separately. The peach go to 11 by 10mm, slightly graduate as well in their size, for £40 now. Kimbo, it's not a double clearance, it's just meant to be the clearance. Oh, goodness gracious me. If you're on the phone lines, superb. If not, give us a go. Guest designer Frankie, a lovely guest designer who was on with us just last week. We had a ball we did. Oh, it was so great to see her. She was doing lots of gorgeous crocheting. She's already got a hold of hers. Lovely to see you, Frankie. I've got Caroline in Cambridgeshire who's grabbing a hold of these. Well done to you. Out in Conway, Marilyn's in there as well. Hope I said that correctly. Great to see you. West Midlands, Ohio, showing an interest. I wonder what time it is over there. Lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us. It's so great to have your company. I've got Suffolk, Northamptonshire, out in Angus, there, Midlothian and Surrey and Kent. So we're really, really busy today. Annie's come through in Somerset. Annie, you've got yours. Congratulations on adding on to the same post and packaging, or maybe even starting a new one for the rest of the afternoon. Now, this will be selling out today, whether you grab it just now or whether you want to see. If we recap it, there will be a chance, but the code on it is CNGC18, and that will be you contact the contact centre or on the web, that will be the exact code that you need to get the 3 of these together. Now, you're only going to get this discount if you're joining us with the limited quantity that we have. How many roughly? Not even 50. Wowza. Wowza. Oh. Sorry, it's clearance. I'm not having a chocolate crispy cake at all. I'm not having one. I'm not having it. Rachel, Norris, we love you. And it's not just because you brought treats. We loved you anyway. Oh, it's my favourite number. Box number 6 has hearts. We do love a good heart. 3 strands. We love our bundles of 3. And this, I think, is so popular. The Dalmatian look in your Jasper. Heart-wise, they are 14mm in size. And they are 3, each of them are 230 carats for the 3. So you're getting yourself 200, 400, 690 carats across the 3. Goodness gracious me. Now that is a trio that you would not want to miss out on. Now, Rachel, we've got some really lovely smoky quartz carved stones. Would these work with these, do you think? Or would they not? Would you choose something else?
Do you know what? I think they would go with smoky quartz. Smoky quartz actually goes with most things. I would actually put some of those actually with the cabochons we've got.
Oh, the
background colour is quite good.
Are
So
they,
you can have
where
a few.
are they gone? Are they near you?
I don't know.
What do we do with them? I don't know where they are.
Are they similar tone, background tone? Maybe
the latte ones. Oh yeah, Rachel, they're gorgeous.
Yeah, so to go together, maybe a couple of them. Maybe within the necklace itself, you could put a few dotted on the chain around the necklace.
That sounds
rather
gorgeous.
than overpower it with too much. Just a few of them. You need a few.
Just add to it. Oh, we love you. That was what we brought to you earlier as a previous opportunity. Oh, you don't need to put that back. Wow, just wow. So you're getting yourself, they're from a previous bundle that we had with the wire, the antique bronze wire. Did you see that? The 3 of these for 690 carats for 15, but £5 each. What a clearance treat. I've got to go as much as I can in. I've not been very fast, forgive me. 38cm strands. You're getting 14mm hearts on there, and you've got 3 strands at £5 a strand. Well, just shy of £5 a strand, £4 and 90 odd pennies each. Check them out as soon as you can. I've got more hearts. Don't fib. Say again. No. You can't have labradorite heart. Is this the one that someone had the other evening? I nearly cried. Does producer Danny have these? You've got a faceted labradorite heart strand and a plain strand. Nothing plain about labradorite, but when I say plain, I mean it's not. Ooh! We were talking about this family earlier when we had the aventurine. Oh my God, can you see the shimmer and labrador essence coming from these? So this strand has been faceted on both sides with a brilliant facet, which means diamond-like, sort of triangular-like facet shapes. And this is a plain polish on them. There is so much coming from them, so much quality. Oh, goodness gracious me. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, aren't these scrumptious? So you've got 38cm in length for each one. You're getting one that's faceted of 10mm, and the other one is also 10mm without the facets. And there are 100 carats in the faceted, and there's 120 carats for you on the plain. Now, these, to add with a pearl, to add with something plain and simple, to really dress it up. I'm having a look at what we've had already today. We've had lots of pretty treats that you might want to do with it. The lovely antique bronze wire that we had, the copper colour wire, silver wire that you might have got yesterday, gold wire, anything you wish. The world is your oyster, but you need to get them. I love labradorite jewel. I love that. Instead of calling it a double trouble, which we've been banned from doing, if we call it a labradorite love jewel, that makes it all right. This is how producer Kim's bundles. Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to tell you how you pass through. Okay. Giving away all the sneaky treats of Kimbo. This is how she gets these deals. Oh, it's not how she gets them, executive producer Martha. £15 for labradorite. Come on now. Hold on. Wait a minute. I can feel a price drop in it. Are you ready? It's clearance. Enjoy it. Take advantage of it. We most certainly are. If you maybe joined us already for something that you saw in a design inspiration with Rachel, and you thought to yourself, oh, I've already opened a basket for what, £6 a strand of faceted and a beauty of a heart. I mean, you can't really go wrong. What does it, a lot of our designers say? Earrings for your hearts. I mean, you've got plenty of hearts on there. Haven't you just? Are you partial to a little bit of labradorite, Rachel?
I adore it. I absolutely love labradorite.
Oh.
And as Gemma's shown you her bangle, she has, isn't she?
Yes.
She's made that copper bangle.
I was with you at the time.
It's beautiful, yeah, and I love labradorite as a stone. It is something you could, what you mustn't wear when you're driving, because you're going to watch, have a look at it.
Do you know, it's funny you mention that. My mum got stopped from a lady crossing the road. She just walked across the road because my mum had labradorite set on. She got from her sister channel. My mum had labradorite before I did. Yeah, watching my sister, our sister channel, Gems TV. And the lady just walked straight across the road and said, I have to, what is this? I have to own this. She could see the shimmer. She could see the luster from the other side of the road. She was amazed by it. And at £11.95, imagine when you wear earrings, how much they're going to catch the light. Because out of everything, your head, you probably move the most, don't you, really? Unless you do a lot of hand gestures.
But they work so nicely.
Hands,
yes, that would be the chain to a big pendant down, wouldn't it? Or you can put them with a wire wrap pendant and have them and elements within the design just catching the light.
Oh,
and Laura bindings pieces. You know, Laura would embed them in lots of different swirls of wire, wouldn't she?
She absolutely would. In fact, Laura's on tomorrow. Ooh. Ooh. Lots of treats if you've just tuned in. I've got sterling silver eye pins in a clearance, which, where are they? On my desk already. To the left, to the left. It's your right, but it's my left. Eye pins. All I can smell is that chocolate. Ooh. Hello. Eye pin wise, you're getting 20 of them. They are solid sterling silver. Come now, when did these arrive? Gold plated, not flashed, so you've got a certain microns of thickness to be classed as plated. So 20 of them, they're 50mm in length, which is a great length for you, especially if you want to have a wee bit extra. You might want to use just the top end of the eye pin and have the rest to create maybe a loop or something else. You've got plenty there in solid sterling silver. If you want to straighten it out when you get it, of course do that. They might be a wee bit bent when you get them delivered, but it's no problem to straighten them out at all, says she who hasn't really straightened it. So eye pins, when do we normally get them? Even in finding packs we struggle to get eye pins, but especially the solid sterling silver. Now that's going to add value to your jewellery straight away. A lot of people, in fact myself in particular, I only buy sterling silver or precious metal jewellery purely because I'm allergic to it. Well, not allergic to that, I'm allergic to anything else that's not got sterling silver or is a precious metal. And even some gold I'm allergic to, depending on the purity of the gold, depending on what the other element is made up. Yeah, I had a ring that my finger turned green. Oh, beautiful nice. Ruby ring, gold, but just because the purity, it was 9 carat gold, but the other elements that were used, lots of people use different elements mix with their precious metals, and one of the elements that was used at the time, I was allergic to it, so it didn't hurt, it didn't itch, but it made my finger green, and that was gold. So check it out when you get $6.95. Come on now, 20 of them for $6.95. Oh goodness me. What a treat indeed. So it's a struggle to get these normally. When we have got them, my best advice to you, as many of designers have sort of said to me, is to snap findings up when you get them. If you've got a budget for your findings, I imagine you would set at least £6 aside to get some 50mm solid sterling silver with a gold plating. Love that. And a very sizable eye as well, roughly a 3mm eye on those. Great, I'm just going to squeeze on a few more treats because I want to get as much as I can for you. The box was bags. Oh, love these. you need to treat yourself to something now and again, and if you haven't got lovely display bags, these could be perfect. These are great actually, because even though they're hemp bags on the outside, which you might think, well, they might be quite difficult to clean on the inside, they've got this lovely sort of silky finish. It's not actual silk, of course, but of course what you can do is clean that, no problem at all. Give it a wee wipe, maybe a wet wiper, just a wet cloth, and it's constantly going to be kept clean. You've got your drawstrings that match colour-wise gorgeously, but it's the detail, isn't it? When you give a gift, to have it in a really pretty gift bag, it makes you feel special, it finishes the design, and it makes, of course, whoever's receiving the gift feel very special indeed. You've gone to the effort of not only making something beautiful or finding something beautiful, but it's got a lovely gift bag with it, and it's the finishing touches that make it, for me, so personal and so lovely, and also it's going to keep something precious safe, something special safe, and you don't want to have anything other than precious jewellery kept in a precious way. So with 10 of these as gifts, or maybe you just you may wish to sell them, so you may have your finished pieces of jewellery, and as an add-on, something extra, you could have those as an option. If somebody would like to get a hold of one, they can add that on. I don't mean any disrespect, but if I speak for ease for many of the gentlemen in my life, if something comes gift wrapped or something comes in a pretty bag already and it saves them having to then think about that and deal with that, it's a job done. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Mike totally agrees. Sometimes when you've got a lovely gift, that's beautiful, but if you also have the finishing packaging. I used to work in a very, very, very special department store, I don't know if you can call it department store, in Knightsbridge. You will all know it, it's world renowned, and when I was studying I worked there, and the one thing that everybody wanted, no matter what they got, and one particular sultan asked me for it, which was time consuming because I went on my day off because he ordered 95 of a particular perfume, was gift wrapping. If you can get something gift wrapped, if you can get it in a pretty bag or get it finished, so I can just have it and it's there to be opened as opposed to bare on its own, then that, for so many people, didn't matter the cost, they just wanted a gift wrap. They wanted it ready to be given as a gift as opposed to a piece. So at £7.95, you're going to get 10 of them. They're 14 by 10 mil. They've been really popular in the past, our hemp bags. This is the beige with a brown lining, outer lining. We're going to reduce the price on these as clear as to £6.95 for you on them. If you were to sell them £1 each, you would make profit. Now, knowing how much people would pay for gift wrapping, I know straight away that £1 is not going to be anything. A couple of pounds, people you would expect to pay for something like this, wouldn't you?
They look really nicely made as well. Really sort of, I like the edging,
yes,
which makes it gives a look of a well finished piece of
it's that attention to detail,
yes,
isn't it?
Detail. Yeah, and I like the fact it's got stronger cord.
Yeah,
and they look very professional, actually, don't they? Really, really expensive.
And it closes lovely, because sometimes you can have the drawstring, but it puckers a little bit.
Yes.
It doesn't look pretty.
Yes.
Still, you've got still plenty of space within the bag. I know it sounds crazy, but this is something we think about as ladies.
A customer experience. Again, I don't know much about selling. I sell pieces very infrequently, but when I do, I make sure I package them as nicely as possible, and everyone knows how lovely it is to open something beautifully packaged. It does make a difference, doesn't it?
And if you can then make that into something extra special for somebody, yes, you've taken the time and you've taken so much of your whether it be design, whether it be your time, whether it be your money to make something precious. The last thing you want to do is not give it in a precious way. It's, as you say, it's the finishing touches. It's just that perfect moment where you give somebody a gift and they can just open it. And I think these are unisex. I don't know about you, but I think both ladies and gents.
Yeah. His and hers, wedding presents, and you can put that in your drawer, in your bedside table, and you feel it's really nicely, it's straight in there. You don't have to put it in something else.
It'd be quite nice actually maybe to put a little bit of potpourri in there, something scented to have in your sort of top drawer. I don't know if you do that, but I still like doing that.
Hang it from your coat hanger with your clothes and your wardrobe and things. There's lots of things. Well, look, there's like different colour.
So yes, this reminds me of Friar Tuck, this one, and the other day I said that nobody knew who Friar Tuck was.
Yeah.
Apart from Tom, director Tom, he knew. Everybody else went, who's Friar Tuck? You know Friar Tuck,
yes,
right?
my grandmother
Robin
used to
Hood?
have a musical pottery monk. They used to, and it played Frere Jacques. I used to love it, and it had kind of, I don't know how they managed it, but he had little kind of velvety hair.
Oh,
it's lovely.
Cute Friar Tuck. I love it. Everything you just saw in the camera, everything we've said about that, you're now getting it in the lovely coffee colour. It says coffee. For me, this is more of a sort of, well, it is a coffee, isn't it, with a sort of latte ties. And again, I don't know if you can see, it's a little bit more subtle, but you have still got that lovely edging around the outside. And then you've got these gorgeous sort of champagnes. So we've had the cream. I'm just going to move those to the side. You might want to get a pack of each, or you might just wish to get the darkers or the lighters. As I say, you might, Rachel suggested, and I'm all about it at the moment, purely because my best friend and my well, I guess both best friends, my brother and my best friend outside of my family, are getting married this year. So I've been looking at, and it's not something I've ever considered about, was favours, and you can have his and hers as you suggested. It would be lovely to have the chocolates and the browns for the gents, and then something for the ladies and the creams, or vice versa. I love chocolate. I absolutely love chocolate, but I love the colour as well. And again, everything is suggested previously. The other one, you've got that lovely silky finish on the inside. It's not silk, but what it gives you is that option to clean it. This is a really loose thread there, but you would just snip that if you wished. Not many people turn their bags inside out, but I just did it so you could see how well finished it is. Again, $6.95 for our most popular in colour hemp bags. You just had the creams, and now you're getting the coffees to put together. You get 10 of them, and they're very sizable, as you can see. Oh, that's a nice way of tying it, actually. It's much nicer than the way I tied it. I quite like that. At £6.95. Now, you may laugh, God love my grandpa, but he loves to have a money pouch. Oh. And that, for me, would be lovely as quite a trendy money pouch. And you could, quite simply, I don't have a belt on, but Tom, you might have a belt on. But if you were to put it within your belt and hook it on, have a wee money pouch, I think that's lovely. You go on holiday and you might want a wee money pouch to tuck inside your handbag. You got it tucked in but ready to get a hold of. I don't know. There's so many different ways you can think of it outside just sort of a jewellery maker world. But again, if you were to sell them for £1 each, you're making a profit straight away. If you consider your post and packaging, your shipping and handling, if you haven't opened an order yet today, if you sold them for £1.50 each, including your post and packaging, you'd be making a profit on that. So it's up to you. You don't need to sell them. You can give them as gifts for your jewellery, but it's just a thought. It's the finishing touches, or maybe to give somebody some ideas for something else. But yeah, I love it. Wee bottle of whiskey in there, favour for the gents, perfect. Right, oh, is it? On the other side of this very, very short break, don't go anywhere, it's time to top up your tea, top up your tea, sit down, put the remote from the other side of the room, because you're not going to need it, because Rachel and I are going to be taking you through the design inspiration on the other side. Don't go anywhere. I'm in love with this lady. Rachel Norris, what a superstar. I think handful of times in your life you've had the opportunity to work with polymer clay?
Yes, but I've watched Debbie and Anne and Fiona and all the experts of polymer clay, and I've learnt so much from them. Every single technique here has been picked up and gleaned from them, from the experts, and you know, and just well, I've just then wanted to work out how to make a dragonfly. It was like a puzzle to work it out. I did look on the internet for the leaf tutorial and a flower, you know, how to make those flowers stand upright, but everything else I just wanted to puzzle out myself and have a go.
I'm just going to move them right.
It was good fun to make.
So
and it's almost like sort of, also I wanted to create the effect of a canal boat paintings, of the paintings on the jugs and the pottery, and you know, the black background and all the very vibrant colours, and then the wildlife that you see when you're looking out of the boat on the boating holiday, and you're seeing the reeds and the grasses and the flowers and the insects and dragonflies.
I can hear so many gasps from everybody sitting at home just going, amazing or amazing. As you say, a lot of your inspiration is taken from nature and from having a look around, and of course living in Cornwall, it must be incredible.
Oh, yes, I've got a fantastic view of the Camel Estuary, and it's a very beautiful place. But yeah, it has actually. I think also some of this may not be necessarily wearable jewellery, if you see what I mean. They're quite big pieces.
Very statement.
But this is Jewellery Maker, and I wanted to make a big impact piece. But some of those big pieces can be used as a picture, a wall art. You could actually have this in a little picture frame, for example, to give to someone, or maybe it's the top of a lid of a box. And Debbie, I know, has said that you can make some beautiful boxes in polymer clay, and I wish I'd had time to make one. But some of these pieces can translate to that as well. Some of them I've glazed and some of I haven't, because to show you the different effects, you can see the matte flower with no glaze on the piece next to it, and then the glaze next to it. And with the central piece, I've just glazed round the outer black frame and left everything else unglazed and flat to make it almost look as that's shiny gloss paint, and then the scene you see through the window.
Now, lots of people have just messaged because you're all gasping and saying, black polymer clay? Yes, we have black polymer clay. How gorgeous is this? A dream hairpiece. Oh my gosh, says Sarah in Suffolk.
Thank you. The only thing with the hairpiece, I probably made it a little bit too thick to make it weighty, so don't bake it with as much thickness. I probably baked about 3 layers of clay, but I think you could go down to 2 on setting 1, so that it's less heavy on the hair. But I just wanted to show that you could make, and even have holes in the clay to make it lighter, for example. So mimic the sides of the bracelet, for example, just to bring in the detail.
Fran's jaw is on the floor. So beautiful, from Fran in London, one of our regulars.
Thank you.
More messages. Shannon, Gloucestershire. OMG, I think that should be the pretty much the theme of the show. Oh my word. Rachel, those are astonishing. Love them all. You were so clever. Lots of love from Shannon, Gloucestershire.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And another Julie in Yorkshire. Gosh, we'll try and fit in as many as we can. Sorry if we don't get them all, but we want to get the demonstration underway, as well as first. In fact, I'll show you how to get these as well. Whoa, 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 whoa! What a talented lady you are. Fantastic. With kisses from Julie in Yorkshire.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'll quickly do your bundle. Quickly show you what we've got. Now, this is what we gave yourself to work with.
Yes, it's stacks of colour actually. I probably used more black than we got in the kit, but just because I made so many pieces up.
For sure.
But you can substitute brown in there as well if you like. So you might need to add in a bit more black. But all the colours, it's the palette basically that's in there to be able to create the pieces.
So we need them then. You're getting yourself, it's the Primo Sculpey clay. They're all 57 grams. I'm just going to quickly go through the colours. Now the colours can get a little bit fun, so if you hear a name you're thinking a little bit, don't worry. We've got lovely pearl, we've got white granite, we've got black, then we go to burnt umber, then we've got fuchsia, then we've got jungle, then we've got Spanish olive, then we've got sunshine, we've got turquoise, and we've got ultramarine blue. So you've got a lovely selection of colour there. I'm just going to count 10 individual packs that you've got. Now some of them are the accents, and you've guessed those ones because they're the ones with the funny names. Yeah, a little bit more inventive with the accents. And the accents tend to have a little bit of a sparkle to them, a little bit or a pearlescence to them, a wee bit extra, hence the accents in the name. Can you see the ones on either side? That's of course your pearl and your white granite. The sunshine is the one in the yellow.
That's why I use for the centre of the flowers blended with white and the dragonfly's face.
Oh.
Yeah, that. So there, and the white is the black are sort of universal colours. The pearl you can add in to add a bit of translucency to things if you want to. For example, pop it in the flower petals to make them look more translucent, for example. So there's lots of elements you can use here.
So you get yourself 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I think that's what I said earlier. Perfect, it was good. Glad. Just to let you know, this is flying out in the web. That's without a price point. Lots and lots of multi-bids. Fiona and Veronica, sorry to kind of call you out, but I just you've not asked to remain anonymous, so I hope you don't mind me letting everybody know that you're going for sort of multi-bids on this one. You've obviously got an idea of a price on the web that you're thinking that you're sort of happy enough with. You've gone for 2. Just to let you know, if you've already got it on the web, you may wish to add another one, as you've suggested, to get the white and the black. You might want, especially the black, you might want to get a wee bit more. The colours,
you'll use them
15 to 30 minutes for you in your
so many
time.
Projects actually, not just this one, but
exactly.
Fabulous.
You might have seen other projects that you've been looking for a particular colour that you can't finish that project because you haven't got it. But for all of these, was there much left over? I mean, you made a lot, so I don't imagine there would be.
I don't know, because I literally used, you can see how much I've got in the, if you cut all the preparation,
you've made
actually
pretty much.
Be useful to see, and that's all the preparation stages. There's a lot to see, and I've got them all laid out. That's what you do, and to work through them. We've got them all photographed on the Facebook page, so you will be able to try and see some of the elements and stages of what we've got to put together. I just want to be able to try and get through as much as I can today. So, goodness, yeah, I hope I can.
First of all, you can.
Should we start away? Is that okay?
Oh, in fact, I'll get the price in.
Oh, yeah, good. That's a good idea.
Didn't even think of it.
Oh my goodness.
Really? Oh my goodness. Well, there you go. There, 10 of them. We're not even looking at what? £4 each, £2.
No.
Aren't they usually about £2.95 each?
Yes, it's £1 less than they normally would be. Very good. It's better to buy in bulk like that, it really is.
And to get a colour, the black, which so many people have been messaging in saying, it's got black, I need black, I need black. Perfect. Check it out when you can. The code on it for the phone lines at the contact centre, it's the only one we've done all day, so it's the only one you can get in polymer clay.
Actually, one of the things to put in your order notes at the end of the show, big blocks of black, big blocks of white, that's what we really need.
Yes.
And I know that people would want the big blocks of black.
Post show notes, organised,
please,
extra black, extra white, we are on it. We had a good quantity. That quantity is diminishing very, very quickly, so try and grab it as soon as you can. Don't wait. If you're watching on the television, you can see an on-screen quantity. If you're on the web, I doubt you see that, but it's about 48 and moving very, very rapidly. It's now already down to 45 and counting. So please don't rely on the on-screen quantity, because that's as people are checking it out. It's never as, especially when people are multi-bidding, it can't be as accurate, of course, because it takes time to get from the contact centre, of course, through to the studio, but we're trying to give you a heads up. This is going to sell out before you know it, so if you're interested in it, even in the slightest, give yourself that chance, because you've still got your 30 days. If you for any reason change your mind, it's not a problem, just let us know, and it's not usually, your card isn't usually charged till it's due to be shipped anyway, which won't be this moment in time. You have a wee bit of time on that as well, so bear that in mind. Sorry for talking quickly, I just want to make sure Rachel has plenty of time, or as much as we can. We'll never have plenty of time, but as much as possible.
To make the first backing scene, I've assembled some colours to make a skinner blend. I think I'll show the skinner blend once with this piece, and then we'll just say we've made one, because
so
there's so many
to do
through
it.
the piece.
And if you miss this, then
starting
you
to
can always
assemble
watch
it.
back.
So I've made a kind of a jumble of colours. With the green, it'll end up being the base. A little bit of white. I'm just going to cut that down because it's probably a little bit too big. A little bit of white blended in. and then a bit of blue without the green blob on it. It's all been stuck together in the bottom of a case, so it might look a bit battered, but it's there. So make sure that's fairly squared off and pop it through. I've got one that's fairly squared off. Pop it through the clay roller, fold the colours over onto themselves. Again, this has been in a bit of a case for a while, so the clay may not be as conditioned. Setting one and pop them through and make sure it's as straight as possible. It doesn't particularly matter if they fold over on itself because they start to blend really, really well. And do this about 16 times. Woo! Or until, probably less than that, let's see, that's 4 times.
You'd have fun doing this with
because
your children,
until, yes, until those little stripes start to look a little bit more like a landscape, because I'm trying to create a landscape with these colours. They're starting to blend together to form a landscape already. You could cut at that stage, but let's say it wasn't 16 times, about 8 times, you reckon?
Oh.
8 times. That started to form a landscape that you'd want to cut.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And you could literally go one more and cut with that. So taking, I've got one prepared already. That's sort of, they always turn out a little bit differently each time. Now, is this upside down or the right way up?
I'm just moving you a wee bit over.
Is that going to look the right way up? Yeah, that's the way, isn't it?
There
Good.
we go.
I got myself. Right, so taking a cutter that's about 4 centimetres width, something like that. If you've got the big Fat Daddy cutters, that's a 4 centimetre one, and cut a nice little circle. We're going to make the pendant actually rather than the big piece because there's so many techniques in the big piece. I don't know if we'll be able to cover it. If we can cover the leaves and the flowers the last little bit at bonus time, we will. If not, we can't. Put that circle over here.
So for anyone who's just tuned in, this is what we're
sort
working
of yeah, one of those ones we're going to sort of make. It's got the elements of the dragonfly in. And if you've got a little bit of marks on it, you can smooth it out with your fingers. There we are, like that, or a baby wipe across or something like that. Right, next bit is the grass. What we need to do is blend, it's going to blend the 2 shades of green and then put it through on setting 7 or 8. So it's really, 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 really skinny.
Okay.
And take it through. Whoops, a daisy. And then what I need to do is cut. Sorry, there's greaseproof paper. I've got greaseproof paper everywhere. It's literally everywhere. Use one of the curvy blades and cut some grass. Okay. And these cutting blades are essential. I want the dark part of the grass to be at the base. Try and choose the shiny side. There's always a shiny side, and my roller needs cleaning. So curve the blade and start to make some grass pieces. What I'm going to do is just smooth the edges. You can smooth the edges with your fingers, okay? So don't worry about that. Just make sure the edges are nice and smooth. And make another cut. Lift that up. And we've got a bit of grass you can pop across.
Oh.
There you are, another bit.
Move that down.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
There we are. Make sure there's a nice little edge. Lay it across, and you can be quite random about this. If you feel, yeah, you can roll that very slightly. That's just, you can go on the edge there. Oopsie daisy, like that. And then another one. And you pop it across that side. So that might be a bit thick, but it's not the end of the world. There, like that. You can press it down with your fingers. And just another bit there. Just go and crisscross them a little bit so it makes it look
so thicker
like
at the bottom, isn't it?
Yeah, and then another one. And one more bit I think will do. And we've got about 6 pieces, but depending on the size of your piece, how much grass you want to put on. Now, very, very gently with a roller, you can just roll across, just to roll that in, but no more than that, and put that away to one side. Cut that down again with a cutter.
So that's the same cutter you used to make it originally, is it?
Yes. Cut that down, pull it away with your fingers, all that excess, save that for later, and then we're going to put that to one side for use later. Okay, so we've got a little grassy scene there already, so we've got the beginnings of it. Next thing to do is make some flowers. I'm going to put that on one side. I'm going to move this away.
Yeah, for sure. Let me take that for you.
And I'm going to put it straight down in. Sorry, Ali.
No.
I'm going to put them in. No. I'm going to put them in layers and get them right out of the way because there's so many bits.
So,
the next piece.
Just to let you know, I've got 23 left and about 40 in baskets, so you got to check them out.
Next piece we're going to make is a flower.
So you get 10 for £17.95. So join me as soon as you can, when you're ready, because these will sell out.
Right.
Just if I think about the people who want in the baskets, and that's without everyone in the basket's only getting one, where the average multi-bid on this, or the average seems to be a multi-bid, so just bear that in mind, alrighty?
So Skinner blend pink to white, and then fold it, depending on which way you want your petal to look.
I'm just going to tilt that.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Pink
to white equal, but a bigger bit than that. It's just to show the blend.
Yep.
And then just fold the colour. Again, this is breaking up because it's been in a
because it's warm
in a container.
here.
Well, it's just been sitting in a container. It's lost some of its conditioning. Fold it so that you've got the white at the base and the pink at the tip. And this is where I'm not very good at making flowers, so I sort of make it up as I went along. And I did these completely differently to the ones I made later on. I was just learning, basically, so I'll try and make it like the ones I made later on rather than this one. So next thing to do, just flattening it slightly, is add a tiny bit of black. So I'm just going to cut that with my blade. And this bit, Debbie does this far better than I do. And she's amazing. And so next thing to do is just cut a strip, not as deep as the flower petal itself, not as the length of it, not as deep as the
cane.
Yes, the cane. And what you can do is just pinch the edge so that the top edge is a little bit thinner than the bottom edge. Okay, and then plop it in the bottom of this. Stretching it out a little bit, get rid of that excess. Debbie's like a magician. She can actually just sort of, she's like, hey presto, here it is.
Yeah.
And then what we're going to do is just, in fact, actually, I probably think that one. Just thinking, do I need two or do I just need one? I've got to remember this now. I'm going to get rid of that. I only need one piece between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better. Okay, now pinch that round to the top, and then what I'm going to do is stretch it out a bit. So make a bit of a hash. And then cut again, so that I've got another piece to sandwich next to it. Like so. Pinch with your fingers at the base, again to bring that round into petal shape. I'm pulling again, and then cut round again, cut again, and then I've got 4. You can carry on, but 4 will do as a petal. Squish together, and you're starting to form the petal. Squish at the base, squish at the top. And Debbie, as I say, will do it far better than I do. But that's a sort of
you're doing
cobbled together petal. And then what you do, pull it out a little bit. You can actually roll it, I think. I think you can roll it with your fingers. Let's do that. And then pull it out. Again, polymer play is meant to be fun. It is good fun to play with. So I've got a cane there. Got a cane there, and I've got a thick piece of clay. I think I put it on 2 actually, rather than 1. And I'm going to put make it to the outer part of the flower. This, and then cutting it with the blade. Going to make the petal, starting at the base, so it's a flat edge on. Starting at the base of the flower, start to wrap round the cane with the polymer clay that you've got. I might have put it too tight. You can actually, you know what, I'm going to go thinner than that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's go to 3 because I don't want it that chunky. Okay. I'll trim it down. Starting at the base. There we go. Thank you. Wrap it round. And we're starting to put that cane together now, so it looks a little bit like a wrapped up flower. Petal. Pop it together. Join it together at the base, and then start to pull it out. And we're going to start then making this cane longer and longer and longer, so we can make it into a 5 or 6 petal flower. Keeping this, trying to keep this as much as possible in its proper orientation, so you know where you are. So with this bit pinched. And then you can either choose to make them like little upstanding petals, like so, and just put them on individually, or you can make a flower cane up with it. So you can use this stretched out as when it's stretched out to make the individual petals.
So there would be more of the sort of flower cane idea in this one.
Yes, in this one. So we're going to just show you the assembly, and really imagine these, this is the cane that you need to make, a cane like that. So what I've done is chop this down. So if I chop this, try and make it the same diameter all the way down. Chop it into
just so that you know, I have 16 available, and I have, how many is it in baskets now? Over 21 in baskets, not to mention those of you thinking about it who haven't yet called. So if you fancy getting yourself a sloppy clay, only £17.95 for 10 packs, 2 of them being accents, with a little bit of the sort of, well, pearlescence or sparkle in them. Try and get those as soon as you can, because, well, as you can see, if you're watching on television, they are going very quickly.
So what I've done is made that down into, chopped it into 3, started to assemble the flower. And if you've got enough to assemble 6 pieces, that's fine. If not, you'll have to chop this cane down again, for example. And what you do is just a little roll of white and black, reduce it down so that it sits in the middle like that, and that'll be the middle of your flower. What I'm just going to do is chop this down so that you can see that it fits half and half. I really haven't done quite enough cane, so bear with me. It's just to show the sort of the process of it. Try and make more cane than this, okay? But that's the process of making the flower.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Put that in the centre, pop that round, and then there you've got your flower starting off. And then what we need to do is just build up the blue in blocks around it. Somewhere here
You've got your blue in the drawer.
in blocks.
Well, I quickly bring you the smoky quartz and the wires, and then we'll add the blues in. So, because pretty much sold out for you in the, just going to move that to the side, pretty much gone. This is a very low stock bundle in itself. I'm just going to remove the copper colour because they're coming up, but not yet. Incorporated in the design that we're making, you will have seen the most delicious hand-carved roses of smoky quartz, and this is them here. You don't have to wait any longer. So for this design that we're making, you need to get the carved smoky quartz if you want to finish that necklace design off. You have got 300 carats coming your way, and they are hand-carved flowers, 12mm in their size. You've then got on top of that 3 reels of wire. You're looking at a 0.4mm gauge with 10 meters, which is the one in the middle. You've got a 0.4mm gauge again of 10 meters, so you're getting 2 of those, giving you a total of 20 meters of 0.4. And then a whopper 1mm gauge, which has been a very, very popular, well, in fact, these are your 2 favourite gauges we've been talking about today.
Absolutely.
If you missed the show earlier, the 0.4 is what we were using, the first design inspiration, and the 1mm, and that's 50 metres. Perfect matching colours, of course, both antique bronze colour and top copper. And then you have yourself the delicious bronzies, goldens coming through from those smoky quartz. That's just the end of the temporary cord that you're seeing there popping out the top. I wondered what it was as well. It's just a little bit of the temporary strand that had been knotted there for you. Looked like that one had a little hat.
They are absolutely beautiful, and they married in with everything else so beautifully actually when I put them in the necklaces.
And then it's used in 3 out of the 4 necklaces and in the hairpiece as well. So it goes pretty far, that one strand. Doesn't it give this lovely sort of luxurious, almost sort of wet look to them? They're really, really lustrous. They're really, really dreamy. And I like to call it an evening strand. I know a lot of people know your, oh, gorgeous. I know a lot of people call kunzite an evening gem. So there's the little hat I was talking about. That's just the end of the temporary strand there. But I think smoky quartz is an evening gem. I don't think it gets enough recognition, and I think it's probably because it's quite readily available, isn't it? It's quite easy to get smoky quartz.
I think you tend to get better quality of smoky quartz than any other gem, and so you literally are, it's just lovely. You get beautiful clarity, you get rainbows coming out of it, you get excellent quality stone. I don't know why, maybe, I don't know, we just get really good quality.
I think because we've been looking for 10 years to get gems, even though Jewellery Maker's only been running, by this May the 4th, it'll be 5 years worldwide. I mean, our boss is one of the largest buyers of coloured gemstones in the world, Steve Bennett, and he runs this company and has done for 10 years now, the Genuine Gemstone Company, Gems TV, our sister channel. So there's a lot of sort of behind the scenes work on the buying scheme as well, introduced us to brilliant people, miners, to get the best quality in colour and clarity, but also the best in cut. And that's something, or carving, so I mean hand carving lapidus is the highest level of a lapidus, is to be able to carve. It takes 3 years to be able to polish a gem, so to carve it you're looking at another level. You've got faceting in between that as well. So the price for all of this, bearing in mind you can get smoky quartz pretty much anywhere, but can you get this quality? And that's what you need to think of. What sort of quality are you looking to get, and what do you want to spend? Spending wise, for 3 reels of wire, 2 of them being 0.4, giving you 100 metres of that, giving you 20 metres of that, forgive me, and a 50 metre bronze and 1 mil. We're giving you a total of 70 metres of wire. And of course this goes as part of the Dragonfly wire and gemstone inspiration for Rachel. Got more in baskets than we have available. Slight delay in the phone lines. We'll be with you as soon as we can. There's no charge on the phone lines if you're calling from a landline or Northern Ireland in the UK. It's free. 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker.com on the website. Tom's tucking into some chocolates. That's what the wobble was. We love you, Tom. But Amelia's getting them in. Amelia.
That's all right.
Rachel's going to come with the inspiration, and Amelia's feeding us all.
I just wanted to say thank you to Christine Summers, actually, who I had submitted these designs, and I saw her beautiful design on the, so I had actually submitted them, but I saw Christine Summers' beautiful dragonfly on the Jewellery Maker Facebook page. If you want to have a look out for her design, it's absolutely fantastic. I think great minds really do think alike.
Definitely.
She'd made a beautiful dragonfly. I'm afraid this is black and white, but I couldn't print out and print colour, but actually that's her design.
Oh,
I made sure, I just wanted to show what Christine had done with her interpretation of a dragonfly. It's just quite similar, actually.
Yeah, it's
to
almost
the concept
sort of the opposite way. Yeah. It's like, oh, I love it. Yeah. Lovely work.
But
as you see, great minds.
Just I thought, well, I just wanted to make sure that she had a shout out.
Oh.
With this cane, what I've done is put little triangles in between the petals, and straight on, little triangles between the petals, and then blocks, triangular blocks here and here and here to fill out the spaces. And eventually, I mean, really what you've got to do is squish them in a bit more, to make sure this becomes a block. And then we've got our block cane. There we go, you see. And then, obviously, because I would normally have a larger bit to work from, I might actually put another, you could put another bit of turquoise around it, just to sort of make it easier to reduce. Sorry about this. I'm just going to cut off the edges and then start reducing it. So again, I normally wouldn't have, spend a bit more time to make sure that flower doesn't distort, because we're working very quickly. It's going to distort a bit as we go, so bear with me. It wouldn't normally, and to be honest, if you want to use it to make those lovely petal flowers, if we've got time, if not, I'll try and do it another show, or one of the other ladies who does beautiful polymer clay will probably do better. So just squish it down and start to reduce that cane. And again, to be honest, you know that I would normally have a longer piece to work with, but you can manage it. Just spend a bit of time and reduce that cane, and you'll end up with something that looks a bit like that, okay, when you cut it. I promise you.
Oh.
But I haven't really given myself long enough to actually.
No, but you've shown us all the parts that you need to
just
put
make
together
sure you have
to
a bigger,
get that end
longer
result.
chunk. Perhaps
So you just
reducing the first
continue.
flower cane to start with help. I'm starting to get it back out. So it might work. We'll see how it goes. I'll just do the central bit so you can see what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
I have probably just really pulled it out. Still, we'll see what that comes out as. This is the moment of truth. A bit distorted, but it's almost there. The beginning of the flower. So that's what we're looking towards to get. So, but spend a bit of time trying to make sure your flower is lined up better than that. Now
If my flower turned out like that, I would be jumping for joy. I'd be like, oh god!
Now we're going to move on to make the next part of the frame for the dragonfly. So I just need a little bit of moving things out. So
For
if you
sure.
want to bring
So
something
I'll
else
bring you
on,
some wire.
fantastic.
And we have a look at this wee treat. Now this is going to come up. It might come up just now, or I might do it in a wee moment. But I'll show you what's coming anyway. Give me a wee sneaky peek. So we've got for you gauge-wise 0.4mm in your copper colour, 0.6mm. You've got yourself your 0.8mm gauge, and then sorry, that says, yeah, it's 0.8. Just the way the light caught it, looked like 0.6. This one is 0.8, and then your final one. And then you've got your 1mm. So these will all be coming up in just a wee short moment. So just want to let you know they're all on their way. 10 metres in each one. So giving you a total of 40 metres in 0.4, 0.6, 0.8 and 1mm. So these will be coming up very, very shortly.
I've lost something.
Say within the next 20 minutes we'll do those for you. So don't worry, you've not missed them. But we're giving you a wee heads up on those just so you know that they're coming up and they're coming your way. If you just tuned in, and you want to see where the smoky quartz was used, have a looky look here. If I put my hand behind it as well, you'll see the outstanding detail, not only in between the smoky quartz, but incorporating and swirling that pattern of smoky quartz, really reiterating the quality and the faceting of these. So you're getting 2 different reels of wire gauges, but you're getting 3 reels. 2 of them are 10mm reels, 10 metres, sorry, of your antique bronze at 0.4. And the other 2 are your 50 metres in the 1mm. Alrighty.
Okay, that's fine. Now what I'm going to do now is just make the little frame for the dragonfly, because we've made quite a small central portion here, and I need to make a frame around it. So using a cookie cutter, which is about big fat daddy ones as well, about 6 centimetres across. Okay. Start to make an outer circle. Might use that one. Sorry, I used that one. I'll leave that one for later.
So we have 14 left, just so you know. Try and check it out when you can.
Okay.
How many baskets? 22. Oh, I'll be quick. My maths isn't outstanding, but I do know it's not enough.
And within a circle. Smooth it round with your fingers to make it smoother than this, because obviously this has been sitting in a box. In a circle. Let's make a mark. Sorry, I just have to put my head over it for a minute, because otherwise we won't get the central. Just take it away, just check, no, it's not in the right place. Just making a mark for the minute. And the next thing to do is cut lots of little slices of the, of the flower cane that you've just made, and pop it around the outside. Again, probably.
So your flower cane ends up to be pretty much that distance between the 2 circles where you've made that sort of indentation to show where the inner circle would be. That cane fits perfectly within that sort of.
It's a bit squash, but it'll do. Yes, it's just going to be in that area. I'm just going to fit them together. In a way, I wanted to try and make it look seamless, but in a way, it doesn't really matter, does it? Fiona has got. She didn't have time to teach me. I talked to her this morning about. I said, how can I stop those little lines happening in between the flowers?
Perfect, thank you.
And she said, oh gosh, there's loads of things you can do, poking it in with a little pokey tool to get them to fit together. I ended up rubbing it with cling film, and she said, well, actually that does end up making a little mark on the
clay.
Yes, I'm just going to make this fairly quickly.
Yeah, so you would just continue and build that up all the way around.
I haven't got a pre-made one of this, so I have to do it, I'm afraid.
Yep.
And then we'll get on
Oh,
with...
it's no problem.
Then we've got to make the dragonfly, you see.
I could watch this all day.
And they are lovely.
We're in no rush. Got
That's
plenty of time. Although you checking out on the web, if you're thinking about it. Sorry. Although you, I didn't mean it like that. I just said if
you haven't got plenty of time.
You haven't got plenty of time. No, if you've got it in your web basket, we don't have plenty of time. I've got Australia with us and Florida with us. Lovely to see you all showing interest. Director Tom's getting excited. Australia, you want to go to Australia, Tom? Or Florida?
We're going to try and go to Iceland actually in the summertime. Yeah, we've never been to Iceland, and I think we'll have to go.
That would be a lovely destination.
Yeah.
Need to let us know
I've
how
been
you
to
go.
other places, and I've never been there, and I just want to see all the sort of the geological things happening.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Sounds lovely. Just if you've just tuned in, this is what we're in the middle of making. Although this is part of the design, so obviously you won't have these bits of baking paper in there. But we'll
that's
explain
to show,
why
that's those important elements
Yes.
to help. If we don't have time, and I forget, that's to help the wings stay raised and not have them sag down, because they sag during baking. So you put a little bit of that baking paper behind it, and it helps keep the wings from sagging down. So I'm being really rough and ready with these because, to be honest, I spend a bit more time.
Yeah.
I might
No, please do. We want to
make these look.
Because you've got the time at home when you get it, but we're wanting to make sure all the elements are there, so you can.
It would pay to almost squash this side and make this side smaller than the outer side.
Right.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but that's probably in retrospect what I should have done. But if you want to make this into a circle, and now I'm doing that. So that's done. I didn't actually speak a word of English there, did I really? But there we go.
But we all got what you meant, so it just shows we're all on the same page.
Fine.
We're all just nodding, like, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. So now I'm just going to get a bit of greaseproof paper, because that's what Fiona said was the best thing. And I was using cling film, which is the wrong thing. And just rubbing over this. And she said, and actually you can see through it. I said you perhaps couldn't see through it, but you can. So you can see through it. There's no marks left by the greaseproof paper, which is great, because the cling film I was using was leaving a few ridges. Thank you, Fiona, for that. That's really kind.
And that was at Fiona Potter.
Fiona Potter, I spoke to this morning, was absolutely lovely.
She was on the design inspiration yesterday, actually.
Really
Maybe had the
lovely
chance
lady.
to.
Yes. And it sort of squishes out and everything. Now, next thing to do is get rid of some of this part of it. So I'm going to go to the centre. I have to put my head over.
No worries.
I've got to centre this. And then pop it in the centre and get rid of that. This is slightly scary. You're going to make a little donut. And again, that really should have squashed down. The whole squashing process should squash this inwards. And I really want it most squashed on the outside so that it squishes down. So that the flower pattern continues to the outside of the piece. And that's it. I'm going to move this away with my fingers. And now we're going to get our scene together, ready to assemble our dragonfly. Okay.
Just to let you know, the wire is in 5 minutes. Thank you for asking, but you've got 5 minutes before we do the wire.
A donut outside now. Next we put it on another piece of backing clay, 1mm. Okay, and put that little donut, which has got a nice sort of feel to it and outside, onto the centre, and then choose the roughest bit that you think might be hidden under a bale. I would have spent a bit more time to make sure those cracks weren't there.
Yep, of course.
Yeah, rub it over a bit more to make sure those cracks aren't there. I think that would be nice as the bottom part of it, and then fit this into the middle, and you've got your little frame all set. So you can put that to one side. You can cut round this outside if you like to add a little backing.
Okay.
And a larger circle. We'll do that for you for the minute. I'm just going to cut a bigger circle.
My brother got me those for Christmas.
They're really, 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 really useful. So I'm just going to cut round that, and we'll leave that to one side. So that's the backing part on the frame. Now dragonfly time. There you go. So that's ready. Press that in, I'm just going to leave that over to one side for the minute. There you go. So that's ready. That's that piece ready to go with a dog hair on it as well. Thank you, Bramble.
Aww.
There we go. I did pictures for a magazine this week. Spent ages on it, lovely photographs, and got to the editing stage. I put everything away. There's a bramble dog hair next to every single piece, right next to it.
Bramble's hair?
My colour.
So, you can't even describe that.
No.
You noticed that. My
No.
bunny rabbit's is blonde with the odd darker hair, so he's a little bit easier to disguise as.
I'm taking a little tube of black clay, lovely, and then making a little body. We're going to be cutting some of this away, so it doesn't matter if things are a little bit out of proportion. So I made a thorax and a body, and a little head. Frankie made a lovely dragonfly the other day, didn't she? So, and it's lovely to see different designers making the same design concept, different ways, and then you can continue them through and use elements from each one.
Because dragonflies, they are something that you get, well, just I was mentioning to you the other day, just looking at Mother's Day cards for my mum's, there was so many lovely dragonfly cards, and my mum loves them, so when I saw this today I get ever so excited.
Now we're just going to make the little claspers at the end, using a pokey tool or one of your bead, the bead
Reamer,
baking
is it?
tray.
Oh, right, yep.
And it has lots of little sticks on them that you hang your beads on.
Yep.
Just poke it in between. I haven't done this very well. There's little claspers, and dragonflies use them to make more dragonflies, basically.
Ooh.
And then that's what they do, and they wouldn't be here unless. So, and that's really should be. I'm going to do that again. In the middle, and then just make a little prong like that. So that's like a little tail. So put that to one side. So got a body, a thorax, and a long tail. Abdomen, thorax, head. That's it.
We got it.
Zoology.
I'm just learning about how dragonflies have a thorax.
Next thing I've got to do, just slightly clear away. I'm going to bring out a body part.
A real body part, or a
Yes.
will we do these wires just now, Kimball?
Just do those while
Or
I'm
do we need
getting
to leave them a
ready?
bit minute? I'll show you them anyway. Will we do it now? Yeah, we'll do these now.
Yeah. So I've got to get this ready.
And that'll give Rachel time to get her her body parts. So I've got for yourself your 0.4mm gauge, 10 metres of it, 10 metres of each reel. I've got the 0.6mm in there as well with 10 metres. 0.8mm in there, again 10 metres, so we've got 30 metres so far, finishing it off with a 1mm gauge, and you've got yourself 10 metres of that, so a total of 40 metres in your copper colour, copper wire, copper dreams. Now, gauge-wise today, they've been exceptionally popular and essential for Rachel's previous design inspiration. If you missed it, where were you? It's all right, you can watch it back later on YouTube, not now, but later. You've got 1mm gauge and 0.4 were essential for today's previous wire pieces. So you've got those, as well as a wee extra gauge in a 0.6 and a 0.8 as well. So to get all of this, 40 metres of wire. Whoa, 40. 14! Gosh, she said 40, 95, so 40.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Nope. Hold on. £5. £5. £5. Free! Technically, you don't get anything for free, but
No, it's good.
if you were to calculate, if you were happy at paying £5 a reel of wire, you're getting one without having to calculate any pennies
You'd
for
use
that
it
one.
all. You'd use it all, and it's all the same colour, which is great.
Yeah,
I like
you would
blue.
expect that price point, we'd be having the colours that didn't sell.
Perhaps adding in to the other, yeah.
Yeah, you would think, oh, I'll give you one colour that's popular and we'll add in some other ones to clear some stock. No, to be fair, most wire, most colours are pretty popular, to be fair. But to get all the colours that are going to work together, that will work with any of our wire workers. Of course, Rachel, outstanding designs today, but maybe you saw some of the lovely designs that Fiona Potter made yesterday, or maybe Laura Binding is making something tomorrow. You need your gauges of wire. We might not have it, well, we won't have this on tomorrow because we've got it on today. So if you get it home and you see a design that you've followed Rachel's, you need these to do Rachel's designs in the gauges. You'll probably need them. I know Laura Binding loves her 1mm and 0.4s and 0.6s and 0.8, so you've got all of it. Or Gemma Crow or
I love
whoever.
copper because you can't mark it. You can't mark it. It's there, and so it's a great beginner's wire as well to learn with. You don't have to worry about taking any colour off.
She's just taken £3 off.
Oh.
Just taking off the
Very
UK
good.
Post and Packaging of £2. Well,
Amazing.
I feel like I'm in a dream today.
Kim's great. She's great.
Isn't she wonderful? I've got Rachel Norris, I've got Kim, I've got Amelia on hand bringing me Rachel's treats and chocolates and sweeties. Treat friend, I'm not having any.
I am, and I'm on a diet, so there we go. But
Diet,
I've worked
try
hard
it.
today.
Yes, you
yeah.
have.
Yeah, I'm not allowed the special meal I normally have on the way home.
Oh,
Today.
is that from the Golden
Yeah,
Arches?
special one, yes. That's always my special treat. Because we don't have them in Cornwall. Well, not where we live anyway. It's a bit too far away. It's like 30-mile round trip or something.
Just to get to the Golden Arches.
Nearest whatever it is, yes. Right, we're ready for the tail.
Yes, we
isn't
are
it?
ready. Check them out, they've only
okay.
90, well, they're going really quickly.
Now we're going to assemble a cane that looks like that. Yeah, like that.
Ooh.
So that's going to, you've got sort of iridescence basically of a dragonfly body. So I'll quickly show you how to assemble it, and then we're going to make the body up.
Yes.
Okay. So use your extruder if you can on the square setting, or just make a little cube,
Square cane.
rectangular long thing.
Yep.
Yes. And then cut 2 more rectangular long things, square things. Whatever they are.
Canes.
Yes.
Well, they're not really cane
into
unless you've got a
triangles, and then squish
Polymer
them around the
clay.
outside.
You know what we mean.
So I've got to work out in my head what I did. Sorry. That way. So to each face, put the largest face of your triangle, like that. So you're going to make another square in between.
Oh,
Yeah, like that. I've got to. It's like a puzzle. And do you know how I learnt to do this? It's because Debbie did that amazing dogtooth check
Oh,
cane.
yes.
And I thought, oh yes, I can use that technique to make the dragonfly body, because it's a similar. She was cutting things up and making dogtooth check. If you ever see that episode, it was fabulous. Then I've got another piece of, which one did I use?
And just to let you know, Debbie we're talking about is Debbie Bulford. If you're a
Yes.
new viewer, she's one of our, as you know,
fantastic.
guest designers and experts in polymer clay. So,
Sorry,
so yeah.
another bit of blue, wrap round, set on one. Okay, and I'll get rid of that. So that just makes it a nice thick blue section. I've just got to cut this back.
So you wouldn't overlap it, you would
No,
cover
I
it,
just-
and then if you've got
yeah,
any
it's going to be
excess,
covered up, so and reduced. So it's not being too.
you don't want one side thicker
I'm
than
not
the other.
too worried about being absolutely perfect with the edges, although try to be, says I. So we've got that. I think I haven't got enough black clay. Ah, yes I have. I've got it in the other bit.
Do you want me
So
to get some?
it's fine. Then you wrap it around with another bit of blue, set on one. Then what I need to do, thank you, if you pop that next to you, Ali,
Yep,
sandwich
I
a
will
bit
do.
of black at the base. Then I sandwich a bit of blue. Two layers of setting one underneath. Then I'm going to now put the middle section through. So you need to carefully cut through the middle section. And I've measured all this out and spent time measuring these out. So this will take you a bit of time to assemble this. But the dragonfly cane itself can be used again for lots and lots of dragonflies. Try and make sure it's down the centre, which it isn't.
So just to let you know, on the website, or sorry, should I say on our Facebook page, we will be putting every single piece broken down. Rachel has ever so kindly gone through section by section by section, so it's all broken down for you, and that will all go onto our Facebook page for
I
you
haven't
as
cut
well.
this centrally, so forgive me. You've got to cut this centrally down that diamond. I'm
For
gonna-
sure.
I will try and do it, because it'll ruin it otherwise, and all that clay will go to waste. It is possible to do it, because I've done it on the other one. There we are, that's better. Stick it together. Pop a bit of black in the middle between the two. And you've got the diamond then separated by a layer of black. Then wrap some clay. No, two sandwiches of clay. Again, like that.
Ooh,
Another sandwich of clay.
Just found
Oh,
more
I've got
black
some
as
more.
well.
There we
Perfect.
are. I knew. There we go.
plenty.
And then what I'll do next is just wrap some clay around. That might be for the wing actually, so that's all right.
Okay.
as long as I've got enough. This is a bit of souffle clay. I can feel the texture's different because I ran out of my own black.
Okay.
So don't ever mix souffle with Sculpey because it won't.
We'll bake slightly differently.
So we'll take that. So you've got the cane made, wrapping around the cane. Then we're going to reduce it down. Okay.
Okay.
So think about it. I don't want to waste that in case I need that.
No problem.
No, I'm not going to waste it. So we're going to reduce that cane. So I'll get rid of that, and we're going to try and make the cane look like that. Okay, so I'm going to reduce it down. Again, keep the squares as much as possible. I'm going to have to do this very quickly. Normally you'd reduce just a bit carefully. What you tend to do is try and keep it square, like that, with movements against something flat, okay? So it keeps it as flat as possible, and then you're orientated with your edges properly. So take some time to keep it as flat as possible.
Yeah, you'll have all the time in the world when you've got it home.
Yeah, and reduce it down.
We've got.
No, I've just got to reduce the middle and show you. I'm sorry, darlings. And then there we are. It's reducing down. Again, spend some time. If I cut the middle, then you can see.
For sure. And just to let you know, the wire that's on screen there was over 100. I've got less than 30, not counting those of you who have it in your baskets. 40 in baskets. I thought you were going to say 14 there. 40 are in web baskets. I have less than 40 available, so
there's the middle of the cane, for example. So that can be rolled out to start to make your dragonfly body.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to put that to one side, and then we're going to start to
keep it
assemble.
for you?
Well, I'm just going to may I get rid of all this?
Yes,
I need to work
please do.
on this surface. I've got, as long as I've got a body cane somewhere that I can use.
So we've got 30 for you on the wires, and these are the wires that are on screen if you're just tuning in. 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, and your 1mm gauge. And you get 40 metres of wire, 10 metres in each one, and as I say, they graduate for you, and they were over £15. £14.95 is where Kimbo went to. She's taken it down to £11.95. So this is probably the best time to try out wire if you've never tried it. I don't think there's another gauge that you would need straight away. Those 4 gauges will work for you wonderfully to make previous designs that Rachel's made on the show today, but also maybe with Laura Binding tomorrow, or if you want a potter from yesterday, or any of our guest designers who you know, who you like to follow with the wire work. So, or maybe your own designs.
Right,
So do just check those out when you can. Don't say it to rush you, just to make sure that if you weren't aware that in your basket it doesn't guarantee it. It's just like when you go to the shops, if you put something in your shopping basket, it's not guaranteed yours, because technically if you just walk out the store, that's stealing. So just make sure that if it's in your basket and you want to go for it, check it out, because unfortunately, unlike in the shops, somebody's not going to walk past and take something out of your basket and pay for it before you. You wouldn't do that, would you? But if it's in your basket on the web and somebody calls for it, or somebody else checks it out, it will just go to the first person who goes to the checkout. So bear that in mind, alright? It's not safe unless you secure it and check it out.
Right, taking my body cane here, it's not quite the same as the one I made with you, so it'll have the one you'll have was a little stripe through, which will be even more anatomically correct. Taking lots of little slices, and then pressing it with my fingers, going to lift them up and start to assemble them on the body. Can you see what I'm doing? I'll put it more centrally. Start to put them round, and I'm starting from the tail first. Start to overlap them as you go, pull them round and overlap them as you go on the body, so that only the bottom bit slightly overlaps the bit before. Okay. And you can, if you're really clever, you can make the pieces expand in size as you go up the actual tail, and make sure the abdominal bit, or the thorax bit, is as big as possible, as the biggest piece. I mean, there we are. I'm just squishing it slightly, and you can see how it's
really starting to build up,
yes,
isn't it?
I made a very thick one for the abdomen. Squished it with my fingers and across. Now we have to adjust this because the tail is far too thick, so you can actually pull it down to make the tail longer. You see, I've now pulled it out so it's thinner. That's split a bit because it's been in the case for a while and lost its condition. Now the sides aren't very regular here, so we're going to trim it down. This is the scary bit where you're I'm going to have to lean over.
No problem.
And you're just literally trimming the back off the dragonfly. Cut down There, cut down side to side. Turn the dragonfly over. It's the scary bit, okay? Because you think I'm going to chop it. Go to the other side. And all we've got to do really now is the face and the wings, okay? So it's not too bad now. Leaning over. And I don't know whether you can catch it now as I'm just cutting off the back.
We're with you.
Slightly scary, this bit. And then that means then you've got a nice thin dragonfly body and it'll sit nicely on the piece. Next we're going to bring up our,
yes, is what you're wanting to get.
Check. I'm going to bring up this piece now. We're going to start to assemble it onto the...
So that was the part Rachel's just waiting for you there. And remember, don't cover up your tail. You want to be, or I'm calling it your tail, but the end part, which makes extra dragonflies. That needs to be free. So make sure you don't, well, you don't want to cover it at the end. You take a long time to make that detail, then you put your cane on top and think, oh yeah.
What I have done, I've just got to put...
Forgot about that bit.
Do you know what I've forgotten to do? Is a little face cane. So what I've done is a circular cane with a stripe of black. Okay?
Yep.
That's what it is. It's a bit squiggly because I rolled it, and you shouldn't. I rolled it so it distorted, and I'm using the end bit now. So, but that's what it was. A little bit of yellow with a bit of stripe of black. In fact, that's wasabi. This one. It's not in the kit, but I got yellow instead in the kit, so it'll do. The yellow would easily do. You can mix it with a bit of. You can't see. Sorry. There we are. Sorry. So yellow and with a stripe of black, cane reduced down. So start with the cane like that, and put a bit of black in the middle. Got it. Like that. And reduce it down to form a little face stripe. Okay.
Like a bumblebee.
Okay. And then pop that on the middle. Sorry, it's a bit of wasabi instead of yellow with this one, but it doesn't matter. Put it in the centre, and then pop that dragonfly. Oh, 2 eyes. Yes, do the 2 eyes afterwards. So next thing to do is put the dragonfly onto the that'll do onto your pendant piece, and then next thing we've got to do a couple of eyes and the wings. So a bit of spare black, which I've probably got loads of around the place and I can't suddenly find it. There we go, little black of anything. Just do 2 little equal little tiny balls or ovals. It doesn't have to be circular shaped, about the same size, and then put them onto the eyes. And then we've just literally got to do the wings then, you see, we're nearly there. I'm
just going to move that way just because so Amelia can get in, because that paper is
in the way. Oh gosh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I just thought if I move it around a wee bit, that's perfect. Thank you.
Squish these eyes so they're kind of dragonfly shaped, because they're not round, they're kind of ovally shapes. Put them on the front of the dragonfly, like so. Spend a bit more. I'm doing this really quickly, so try and make sure they're equally balanced. Get a little...
Everyone's just gone, oh look at his little face!
I've lost my pokey tool. Where's that? Oh, there we go. Pokey tool or little, or pea thins.
For your baking?
Yes, baking pins.
Baking.
And just make those little eyes, compound eyes. So you just literally make these little eyes, like they're compound eyes, lots of little facets on them. And that's that done. Now we can put this to one side. I'm going to make his wings now. Yeah, we're nearly there. I cannot believe it. Cannot believe it. And wing time.
Bring this over for you.
Thank you.
Forgive me. You've seen my mic pack and everything. It's not very tidy at the back of my dress. Forgive me.
If you want to learn leaves and the other flower technique, let me know if you've got time. If not, let me know.
No problem.
Because I'm happy either way. Next thing to do, wings. Start off. Now, I don't think do I need to go through this?
No. I think you just...
Triangle of clay, cut it into sections, into 3, put on, put these layers here and here. So cut this way first, put the black clay in, then cut 2 slices down there.
It's like a Battenberg cake.
And then
other cakes are available.
Wrap it with another bit of clay. So you end up with a kind of triangular thing. And this is where I think, is it going to work?
Yes.
Is it going to work? So we hope it
Yes.
is. Okay.
I have faith,
Because we
Rachel.
want to end up with a pattern dragonfly wing that looks like that, you see, for example. So we want that, and that's the cane that we want.
We didn't get there.
We're going to do it. So, all right, so what I need to do is stretch this cane out. And this cane, again, has been sitting in a...
in a box.
In a box.
And then in a warm studio.
Yeah, so... because you need to see how this is made. Keeping the triangle at the top and flat at the base. Reduce out.
I just caught Dina walk past and stopping having a sneaky peek. One of our presenters on our sister channel.
Right, next is, I'm just going to cut it in the middle and then add this together. But before I do, sorry, it's because it's lost its flexibility. Bend this round like so, and bend this round like so, so that it's like a wave breaking, yeah, like that. Bring it round and sandwich it together, so this breaking wave will start to form the kind of the way that the dragonfly goes.
Do you know, I've never, as much as I think dragonflies are beautiful, I've never studied them. I've never looked at the way their wings form or the way their heads form, their bodies. I had a whole new appreciation for dragonflies today.
And then we've got another, we can do another cane. So over it.
No, you're fine. We're on the camera anyway.
We can start to sandwich it together. Yeah,
Amelia's a superstar on camera.
Pushing
She's
it
doing
through.
4 cameras at once. Oh yeah, she's a superstar.
Okay, so we've got a massive wing there, to be honest. But then we can reduce it. We can reduce it, and then what I tend to do is actually put another bit of clay round, but I think I haven't got enough. So unless I use some of this, and I really want it quite thin. So just imagine it's a little bit thinner than this, but I just want a base. So we haven't got enough on the base. I just want to do that.
Perfect.
Otherwise, you're not going to have it looking nice. I'm afraid it's souffle mixed with the other one because I ran out of clay.
Yeah,
so
but it shows
it
what
may
we
not.
need. You're not going to be baking it. So.
That's why it may not be pulling as much. So
right.
Okay. So we're reducing this out now. So first of all, squish it. This is a bit sort of hairy scary as if it's going to work. Squish it first, then pull it out.
And this is what for me is so amazing, because every single one is going to be so individual, and you're never going to make, no matter how hard you try, never going to make it identical to the previous one. So you're going to be making constantly. You're going to be bespoke anyway.
Yes, I'm constantly making sure this wing pulls outwards, so the veins of the dragonfly pull outwards. Constantly trying to do that, mimicking that movement. So as you're moving it and manipulating it. I need to reduce this cane. I'm probably doing everything wrong. I'm probably starting with far too big canes, and I know that there's going to be people that would know far better, but this is the only way that how I thought of it doing it, so I'm sorry if it's, well, we're getting down to
everybody
wing size.
has their own techniques, and everybody does it in their own different way, and of course a lot of people might be sitting at home thinking, actually Rachel, that's what I've done as well, that's how I do it. You need to find whatever way is easiest for you.
Try and reduce all the cane to equal. I'm just again going to have to just go for the central bit, and this is the bit where I'm hoping it turns into a dragonfly wing. There we go, that's it. That's what it should look like, and then you can pull it out, and that's a dragonfly wing. There we go. Wow. Oh, that's a bit of relief.
Amazing or amazing.
And obviously try and keep that movement as you're
that sort of almost like a wave caressing.
And then what we're going to do is assemble those dragonflies into place. So what I'm going to do now is just bring that final.
I don't want to pick it up.
I'm going to do. I've had it. Yeah, that's it. Final
Imagine
piece.
I pick it up after all that work and then bend it or something. Sorry, I lost a dragonfly's head. I didn't. That was a joke.
I've taken some slices of dragonfly wings, and you need sort of 2 little ones and 2 big ones. So I'll just basically choose 2 that will fit as dragonfly wings. Maybe that one. Yeah. Now, next thing to do.
Let's get your paper.
Yeah, a tiny bit of paper, because I want to make sure that the dragonfly wings don't.
Just found a wing as well.
Oh yeah, it might have been. Oh yeah, they've literally cut those in case anything happened. And
Just while Rachel's wrapping that baking foil, just to let you know, I've only got 6 left of these, and 30 in baskets. 37 in baskets, gosh. If a 30th of you got it, there's not enough. I hope that math was all right. Check that out while you can. You get the 4 different reels, 10 metres in each, and we're looking at 0.4, 0.6, 0.8 and 1 mil.
And what I'm going to do now, I've put 2 pieces of baking paper either side, and try and get the smoothest side at the bottom, because you're going to be seeing this just underneath the dragonfly wing. That will stop that dragonfly collapsing. Look at that little mark there, it doesn't matter. So use the bottom wings first, put them on, and what I've done here is slightly pinch this at the base, pinch the base of the wing, and then pinch it flat, pop in, like that, stroke on the top, and what we're going to do, pinch it a little bit flatter. So when you look at how a dragonfly is attached to the body, it's actually it's got muscles attaching it to the body. There we go. Ooh. Pop it on. Push at the thorax and the edge, not pushing in the centre of the wing because we don't want that flopping down. Next one, again pinch at the top base of the wing, flatten it slightly so that you've got a little edge, like so, like that, and then we're going to just stick it on. We're nearly there, look, amazing.
It is amazing.
I'm amazed at myself. Oh. And then again pinch, we've got 2 more wings to put on.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at it in awe.
And there, and then the leading edge is quite nice to be able to put downwards so you can really see the detail. And we've got the last one to put on. Is there time for leaves on little upstanding flowers, or should we leave that for another day?
Well, I think we may maybe unfortunately just leave that for today.
Done it. There we go. And what you need to do is put a bail on it. I've drilled 2 holes at the top, and I've actually put an extra, because I made the outside a bit raggedy, I put through the extruder, got a tube of clay and put it around the outside of that one. When you finish baking, you need to bake I baked it for about an hour at 130 because it's a big piece and I want to be absolutely sure it's fine. Don't touch it, let the oven cool down and then get it
like
out.
A pavlova.
Yes, yes. And then when you're done, you can pull those bits out after baking, and you've got a gap between the wings. You can see that there's a gap between the wings. There. You see, like so. And then what you do, I've got a little hand drill. I used the drill from our kit, big tool kit, with some Dremel bits, and they go in, and you just make a little mark with a pokey tool, and then drill it in, and you can make drill holes through and attach bits of wire and attach a bail, and it's a very simple bail. I can show you how it's just woven. I just make a bail like this with 2 holes in. Has that one got holes in?
Yep.
Yeah. Like it's over the holes that we've made. And then what I do, so you've got 2 letter M's woven up the side, and just make sure there's a little hole in the middle. So just freeze frame this and make one of these. Okay. Pop these through 2 holes in the piece. Just where I haven't drilled the holes big enough. Oh yeah, they fit. Okay. This is very quick, I'm afraid, everyone.
Thank you. No, thank you for being. I don't ever want to rush anybody, but it's ever so kind that you.
I haven't got my pliers. I put everything away like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, forgive me.
No, you're great.
So pop them through. Now we can bend the bail over. And this wire can fit in here through the holes that you've made. There's 2 little M's.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and then, because I've been desperate trying to show this, I've had this bail on for a few times and I've not had the time to show it, so I'm going to show it this time.
Yes, thank you.
Pull it down, and you've got a bail. Pull to the side, pull to the side, and that's locked in place, that bail.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
And then this, you can wrap round and bind it. You can make little squiggles.
You can do
your
own
lots of things just to attach it together.
Rachel, you are amazing. Isn't that amazing? I need to really quickly, we all want to clap, we need to really quickly throw to a break, and we'll do 40 minutes as quick as we can, as much as we can. We'll see you in just a sec. You're amazing.
I can't believe I did that.
Join Debbie Bulford to build your own colour palette out of polymer clay and create a signature blend to make your own design stand out from the crowd. During the workshop, you will complete your own colour chart to give you a recipe card for all your future creations. This workshop is perfect for all lovers of polymer clay. This course includes a selection of clay, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, meet the presenters, and a visit to the Jemporium Museum. All of this for just $64.95, and for more information, contact the call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you. Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting Polymer Clay Accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Download the Jewellery Maker app today. You can watch our Jewellery Maker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimise the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the Jewellery Maker app today and boost your viewing experience.
I have so many clearance deals, it's unreal. Have a look at these. If you've just tuned in, I'm Ali. We have so much for you. Have a looky at our crackle quartz hummin' double trouble. Ooh, don't know how you got this past management. You've got yourself 2 strands, 12mm rounds, 270 carats. Oh, sorry, 370 carats on one, and you get 2. So you've got yourself 740 carats. 12mm round, £19.90 we should be paying. But not today, not in clearance, £14.95. You get the 2 of them approximately 38 centimetres in length. Add it shorter to anything you've already got today or start a new one. But now's the time to treat yourself and try something. Maybe you've already got some at home, but if you haven't already got them, maybe give them a try. Maybe it's something you've seen in the past but haven't just given it a wee go ahead. Try it today. You might want to replicate Rachel's smoky quartz design, but try and add in with these, maybe a different colour wire. Maybe you want to try something incorporating this colour as well. Sort of, it will go with a lot of outfits, won't it?
Any other gemstone will shine through it, so the colour, so you put a rose quartz next to it and you have pink tones shining through, or, you know, it will just reflect around through. There's all those different internal facets that it's got through with the crackled inclusions that have been created. Beautiful.
So any gemstone you've got at home, we reckon this will be working, not only working with it, but looking gorgeous next to it. Join me as soon as you can. I'll leave that there. Do you fancy some lavender amethyst? Oh, hearts of lavender amethyst. Now, sorry if I'm rushing through these, but in a clearance, For us, we want to show you as much as possible to appeal to everybody. I want to get something for everybody now. That's my mission as your presenter today. So bringing you a dreamy combination. 2 strands, they are the same. It's a little bit of another double duo, double trouble. We're not allowed to call it that, but we have. It's 12mm for you in your heart. 2 of them, each strand is 180 carats, so giving you a total of 360 carats, if my maths is correct. And you're getting yourself, everyone, how naughty are we? Hearts, which are 12mm for your amethysts. They are delicious, but as I say, you can't delay on these, you got to be quick. They are lovely, soft in their colour, very feminine, great bridal colours actually. Been having a look recently for pastel tones and bridal tones, and what's lovely about these is they're all totally individual, they're all natural, but you are getting yourself this really, really delicious sort of creamy white coming through, really pretty, and of course 2 strands allowing you to get full of lustre for $12.95. $12.95, major clearance, we're off again. That wasn't enough for us. These will work wonderfully with the different colours of wires we've had today for $9.99. We are literally giving it away. That's the price you would expect for 1 strand. No, $9.95 for the 2. Hold on. February's birthstone, for many it's a favourite gem, for many it's the ultimate gift of love, and you're getting it for $9.95 for double in the hearts, which is one of the most popular shapes to buy and to get a hold of. I think this is a wonderful treat, and if you haven't already got it, I think now is time to give it a wee try. What do you think? Give it a go. Don't mean to rush you, I'm just going to shimmy on now. Not actually shimmy, but I'm going to bring you some tiger's eye. Oh, nuggets! Oh, how long are these? How about 3 strands? Oh, love, 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 love. Totally natural tiger's eye for you here. Oh, hello. Gorgeous. Oh. Now you would think with the size, with them being drops, it might be difficult for that tiger's eye natural chatoyancy to come through, but it really is coming through without even having to sort of try on artificial light in the studio. Imagine in natural daylight. Now with both of our previous design inspirations, I think you could work these in with it. What do you think with the tiger's eye? Oh. I love that. Can I get my info on that screen? I'm stuck with copper wire for some reason.
And that trio of...
Oh yes, the nuggets. Oh, thank you.
They would go really well with that one.
We had the nuggets of the carnelian earlier, and that lovely design made by our beading buddy Sue. Sue, who's not Suzanne, who's not the Nan. The lovely Sue. Again, incorporating that with the same shape, or maybe you love this design and you wanted to make it with one of your favourite stones. Tiger's eye, do you know, regular viewers, you know this, I have more tiger's eye in my collection than any other gem. My favourite gem being rose quartz and sphene, but I have more tiger's eye than anything else. It goes with everything, I think. I don't think there's an outfit I've got in my wardrobe that I couldn't wear my tiger's eye with. It looks gorgeous with purple. Have you ever tried tiger's eye in purple? There's a particular designer, Versace. Oh, hey, what could that be? Out there with the lovely purples and tiger's eye sort of idea. Oh, lovely combination. If you've never tried it, give it a wee go. So what will we do for 3 strands? Oh, there's my information up. Brilliant, thank you very much. 85 carats per strand. What do you mean you're not staying there? You've got me running on the spot. Come on now. She's off. Kimbo's having one of those days where she's just not stopping. Can't stop the beat, can't stop the drop is what we should be saying with Kimbo. $7.95. Lowest price I'm allowed to take a strand of genuine gems on this show is £6.95. So you get one for £1. And then the other one, well, you get that too. Wonderful and wonderful. Nuggets, regular plain drops. I'm calling them nuggets for, sorry, they're irregular plain drops. 6x4 to 10x5 mil, a 30cm strand on 2 of them, and one of them is a cheeky 36. Yep, one strand is 36, the other 2 are 34. I love that. Security just walked past and waved to me. Hiya. Ooh, lovely. No, you have not got chrome dioxide. Where are they? Where? Oh, they're hiding under a matrix. You're kidding me. Call me now. You cannot put this in a clearance. No, it's not happening, Kimbo. I am not taking part in this. Oh, I do refuse. No! I've got 3 in the world. This is 1 gemstone, and regular viewers, you know me, my favourite colour being pink. If you didn't know me, or peachy pink, corally pink. Green is not a gemstone until I joined this company that I would ever have bought in a genuine gem. And all the green gemstones that I've got in my life, and I've got gorgeous peridot. This is my favourite green gemstone that I own, chrome diopside. Now, my one single stone of 47 points was over 49. It was £49, £50. That was a pendant of 47 points. It's ridiculously difficult to mine. It's mined in Siberia and Russia. It is a mine location that's opened if you're very fortunate, in 3 months of the year, June, July, now and again August. It is totally natural. Many people used to call it the Russian emerald, and then they found emeralds in Russia, so you can't really call it that anymore. But you are getting totally natural, rare colour. The colour is like kryptonite. A lot of people think of Superman, that kryptonite treat. There were 3 in the world available for you today. There's 1 left just to own one of these stones. If you manage to get this valued and appraised, please do. It's gone. As if that was going to be there for more than a second. Oh, well done. Well done. If you ever need anyone to look after it, I could totally do that. Sapphire rounds, are you joking? Where are they? I can't find them. Are they on they're on my T-bar. Oh. Oh, rounds. Box 12. Box 12. Oh, how dark are they? I didn't even think that was sapphire. It's oh. You are kidding me. Where did you find these? When do you ever get sapphires that look like, oh my goodness, how perfect. When do you get, I don't think I've ever even done perfectly round sapphires in Jewellery Maker. That's why I couldn't find them. I overlooked them in the box because I thought, well, that's not going to be round sapphires, is it? How lustrous are they? Tell me these are natural, please. 95% of the world's sapphires are heated or treated. You've got 5% of the world's untreated sapphires before you right now. 5% in the world aren't treated. And you've got how many? 7.5 millimetre, 170 carats. Oh, look at that! Oh, you can tell when I love something because all I do is make noises. I can't even, I'm speechless. What, a text about my noises or text about, Ali, you do make the funniest noises, Shan. I can't help it. When I'm excited about something, you all know about it. I can't fake it. If I love it, I love it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 30. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 40. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 50. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 59 sapphires! How many people in the world even own one? One sapphire. When I was growing up, that's the gift you would give to somebody if they were fortunate enough to get engaged, like the royal family, like Diana or Kate. This isn't something you just think, oh, I'll just buy myself 59 sapphires because I feel like it today. How much? Oh, come on. No, you can't take it down. Kimbo's response, happening. Yo-yo, happening. Down, I'm trying to get down with the cool kids. It's happening, which means in English, it's happening. Happening.
They're big gemstones as well.
It's 7.5, the average solitaire for an engagement ring. It's a 5 mil.
And again, I could make a dragonfly body with 6 of them, and you can then do that in sort of gold-plated silver or as the main, as the feature, as the wirework.
Could you imagine? How many people have just 6 sapphires to play with? You've got 59. You can make plenty of sapphires. Oh my goodness. Now I can see so many of you have it in your baskets. I appreciate, compared to the other treats that we have in Jewellery Maker, this may look considered. I don't believe in any way it's considered for what you're actually getting. On our sister channel, the average first purchase of a piece of jewellery, which maybe if you're fortunate, if you're lucky, you might get one sapphire in, is £100. So in Jewellery Maker, for £79 to get 59 sapphires, even if you just made them into individual, just one charm, 59 sapphire charms, September's birthstone, the gem of sincerity, the gem of faithfulness. Can't guarantee someone will be sincere or will be faithful to you if you give them this, but or if they're giving it to you, but could you imagine? Print of your authenticity certificate, so totally natural. Where are they from? Do you know? Please don't tell me they're Burmese, because if they are, I'm going to make you put that price right back up. Sarah's in, Belinda's in, Jennifer's in. Australia showing an interest. Oh my goodness gracious me. It's all right. I'm not going to put the price up. If they were Burmese, they would be back up over. I'd be putting them up £200 if I could. Have I got many left? I've got pearls now. Imagine these with pearls. Oh, peaches as well. Oh, now you might never even have thought of putting this sort of colour. You might think of naturally going for white or ivories, but actually,
no.
In a contemporary
Really
term, do you think?
It's of almost 20s, 30s combination. I'm trying to think that sort of colour, because they quite liked a lot of those corally and peachy colours. My great-great-grandmother was an underwear designer, actually.
Oh.
And I have some of the pieces, and they're just that sort of colour of silk. That's lovely, actually. Those are beautiful, beautiful feminine colours.
What a gorgeous underwear collection you must have. Gorgeous. I do love that combination, and it's that can I just, I know we're talking about pearls now, but can you just work out for me how much that was a sapphire, because there were approximately 59 on that strand. What do you mean £1.35? You can't just say that casually. £1.35 for a 7.5mm totally natural, round, lustrous as you like sapphire. I'm going to pass out. Can't breathe, I keep forgetting. £1.70. You make me blow raspberries. Regular viewers on the sister channel used to know me as if a price I'd blow a raspberry, it would be a raspberry price, because I just couldn't get my head around it.
The shapes of those baroque pearls, they have lots of flat edges, so they're really, really good for wiring onto tiaras along the bands, because they've got those flat edges and they sit very, very easily when you've got a flat edge.
Definitely.
Again, for that sort of pearl.
Against
so
the
they're really
skin.
good for wiring on tiara bands and things like that.
So just to reiterate what Rachel has mentioned to you, a baroque pearl means it's flat on one side and it can be sort of shaped in any sort of shape it wants to be, but it always has, as you've said, one flat side to it. So if you ever hear baroque again in your pearls and you like that sort of flat edge, that's the sort of type of pearls you should be looking for. I'm just going to take the sapphire. So imagine, with all the other treats we've had today, how lovely these would be. Oh, the copper coloured mesh wire, that would be delicious with it. If you wanted to put those with that beauty of a hair comb that you've created.
Yeah, actually.
Leslie's in, Florence is in, Linda's in, Fiona's in, Morag's in, Multibid's going in, Northumberland's gone 3, Rhonda Taff, I hope I presented that correctly. Oh yes, if you've just tuned in, you have missed one of the best shows I've ever had in my life with Rachel Norris, and if you wanted, Rachel, I hope you don't mind me suggesting, but maybe could that colour work with your design?
Goodness, yes, it would. Beautiful. It would. Imagine, I'd carry it, if I was doing the tiara band, then I'd carry it along either side as well. It would look lovely.
Delicious. Pearls for $7.95. I'm just going to shimmy on into some crimp covers. Oh, we do want those. They're all hiding from me. Now I've got them in box 3. Is that all right? They're gold. Maybe just jump boxes. Just going to move my head pins and swap them round if that's all right. Oh, I managed to pick all 20 up in one. Quite impressed by myself. There we go. So there you can see. Sorry, Amelia, I've just swapped them over. I'm just going to get a wee shovel. say a shovel, I mean, there we go, hiding behind my cup of tea. Cup of tea, love. Oh, these look very sturdy. 200 of them, 5 by 4 millimeter. Delicious, delicious. How lovely is that finish? Gold plating on top of your copper. Lush just as you like, thick in your covering of your gold. It's a plating, so a certain microns of thickness it has to be classed as plating. Ours is usually a little bit more than, in fact quite a bit more than is required, because we want to make sure 100% it is definitely coming within that. 200 of them. Gold plating, KIAZ03. What would you expect for 200 of these? $8.95? Should be, could be, and as Beverly Knight would say, would be. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. It's one of her songs.
Is it?
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. $6.95 for them all. Lowest price I'm allowed to take any genuine gemstone strand. Usually findings too. We shouldn't be this low for 200, but we are. So enjoy it, take advantage. Remember, it's one post and packaging in any one day, and shipping and handling depending on where you're joining us in the world. Oh, there's a blank picture. It looks great, doesn't it? Oh, they're also magic. No. And there we go. Surprise! Supplies! There they go. 0800 644 655. Call us for free in the UK landline or Northern Ireland. Sorry to be rushing through them all, but I'd rather give Rachel more time to demonstrate, but try and fit everything in as well. So we'll squeeze in as much as we can, but you've got plenty of time. 30 days to make your mind up. You've got plenty of time to talk to the contact centre or JewelleryMaker.com. Just mention that you were looking at the crimp covers, and that's them there to finish off, giving you perfect finishing to your designs, really giving you that sort of expensive look. And I'm just going to jump into, what was that, sorry? Labrador, oh, faceted drops. These would go really lovely. You actually had a very similar shape with Morganite that Lucy had for you this morning. I don't know if you've ever tried Labradorite with Morganite before, but it would look pretty special to have the same shape. If you don't mind, I might, sorry Amelia, I'm just going to, can I pop that down a little bit on the table? There we go, just so I can give it a wee move in the middle. And just allow. Now, it's obviously going to be difficult in natural light, more difficult than natural lighting to show off natural beauty, but you can just see the glint of the facet. That's without showing the labradorescence and without showing the sort of shimmer that it possesses. Graduating in size from 7 by 5 mil all the way up to 13 by 8 mil, 22 centimetre strand for you. Now, if producer Kim tells me the price point is ridiculous, we know it's beyond ridiculous for the rest of us. £12.95 is not the price she's talking about. She's going lower, Rachel.
At the bottom of a tassel, they would really catch that, because you need movement with those gemstones. So Debbie Bulford tassel chain with those at the bottom would be lovely.
Do you think if we put a labradorite heart above it and then had one of the wee drops in that ID as well?
Yes. Yeah, or feeding into it actually with the base at the top, because it should be nice. And or a tassel at the bottom. Would be nice. Yeah, lovely.
$7.95. This should be $12.95. The hearts we did earlier, check on the website for them. It's the only other, if my memory serves me correctly, it's the only other labradorite we've done on our show, in the Design Inspiration Show, between 1 and 5 if you're watching us live in the UK. If you're watching us later, snap it up when you can. That's a giveaway. Isn't that an introductory price point for labradorite if you've never tried it? Give us a try out customer service, see what the contact centre are like, see what the delivery is like, see how the billing and the email service is. If you ever get an email from us, it's an external company called FIFO. If you ever get an email from FIFO, what it is an externally sort of company who are trying to get feedback from you. So constructive as you can, as much as possible. Let us know. It could be a wee sentence, it could be a wee word, it could just be great, or love the luster, or wish there was more. It could be anything that you really feel would help us make it perfect for you. So do drop us a wee comment. It doesn't need to be an essay, you don't need to leave your name on it, but any feedback for us is great. So please do let us know. If you ever get an email from them, please do if you get a second, drop us a wee message. That would be lovely. Oh, right, gift bags. Oh, these are pretty. Earlier the gift bags all flew out the door. I don't think there's any left. If there are, You best get, these are what a colour. We were talking berry dill earlier, that sharp, that is look at the luxury here. Now we were talking about wedding favours earlier. These, oh, could you imagine?
Oh, bless.
Forgive me, I just had a wee sneeze. Oh, I'm in love. Gold, champagnes, and beauty turquoise blues, aren't they? Just azure blues. They feel, they almost feel like silk. Satin gift bags, 5x4mm, ivory, sky blue, and champagne. You get all 3 colours and 5 of each, so a total of 15. So if you were to pay £1 each, £15, how would you feel about that? Oh, they look gorgeous once you've pulled the drawstring too, don't they? So, oh, I'm in love with these. Oh, I haven't got a favourite colour, I want them all. These are flying at the door. Oh, they feel, oh, Rachel, have a feel. They feel so expensive.
Wedding favours, I mean, they'd be beautiful, wouldn't they, on a wedding table? I mean, with the colours as well, they all go together. They are beautiful, aren't
But
they?
46 pennies a bag?
Yeah.
£6.95 for them all?
Yes.
That's a lovely no-brainer, isn't it? Something for everybody with the variety of colour. You get ladies, you get sort of younger generation as well. You can cater for everybody. Oh, these are, I need to pull these drawstrings. Oh, love them. And then again, to sell, what a beauty of a finishing touch.
Easter, I know it's Easter, little Easter eggs you could put in them as little gifts to children. You know, just get some little chocolate Easter eggs and put them in.
We're not supposed to be talking about chocolate, Rachel. We must stop talking about chocolate. I love chocolate. I mean, you pay £6.95 for an Easter egg.
Oh.
Love them. They're about to go. Check yours out as quickly as you can. That is an add-on if ever I saw one. Aquamarine rounds, come on now. Where did I see those?
If they're those, are they those?
Oh, this! Amelia's got them on my tea bottle. These are huge!
They're beautiful. I like those.
Do you know what I'd love these with? What's right next to it? Sapphire. Oh, how heavy is that? These are Burmese.
Oh, they are.
What a day. I'm literally going to go home and lie down and reflect on this day. Imagine, would they look lovely together, do you think, Rachel, or would you do them separately?
Do you know, you could use them as a little spacer in between, but I quite like to use them separately, to be honest, only because they're both two different pieces. You can make 2 different pieces. One very sort of dark and sultry with one, and then light and fresh and summer breeze with the other one. Yeah.
Oh, we want summer breeze. We need aquamarine. This month's birthstone, I remember March's birthstone growing up. Regular viewers, you all know this story. Pocket money for me was 50p if I was very lucky. If I got to do the hoovering or the ironing, if I did that on a Saturday, I'd get 50p. No matter how many 50p's I saved up, could I treat myself to aquamarine, my very own birthstone, when I was growing up? No. There was no aquamarine for £20 when I was growing up. Absolutely not. So to get 1 stone in aquamarine, that would be amazing for £20. Now you've got yourself huge aquamarines. These aren't shine or trine, they're 10mm rounds. This is not like a 10mm round of quartz. We love quartz, but it's a little bit more available. It's not like a 10mm round of, say, an agate. I love agates, don't get me wrong, but price points are very, very different.
A stone like that you can actually use as a small, delicate pendant, because the aquamarine is such a lovely gemstone. So I wouldn't use very many to get the impact. So you could get a lot of pieces out of that 1 strand, or I would make sure I did.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful colour, and it's got depth to it. It's not flat blue, it's got depth and swirls and planetary sort of, you know,
it's got personality.
Yes, it's beautiful.
There are a limited quantity. Aquamarine in 10mm rounds for only £70. It's quick. It was only £65 even, not even 70. If you were to set aside money, now I know this isn't a finished piece of jewellery, of course that's why we're in Jewellery Maker, to make it ourselves, but if we were just to think about a finished piece of jewellery, if somebody said to me, Ali, put some money aside to get a big carat weight of aquamarine, I'd set aside at least £100 to get a good aquamarine piece of jewellery. And to think you can make how many pieces with this quality for £64.95? I'm going to have to leave it there, but for that, I would print out my authenticity certificate and get it valued if I was you. Well, as me, I would. Right, Kimbo, was it sapphires? Yeah. Have we? 50 of them. Now usually, when I picked this up actually, I thought there was a mistake, because usually they're about half this length.
It's double length, isn't it?
You love your gems of distinction, if I'm correct, don't you?
Yes, I haven't got any of my pieces. I wish I had, but I'd wire those in a cluster into the centre of the flower, or using a single eye, or details on a peacock's tail. Those gemstones will go an awfully long way because they've got impact. Even the size that they are, you can create stacks and stacks of impact from them because the colour's so good. You know, yeah. So I can make a lot of things with that sort of size of gemstone.
And that's what we want, Jewellery Maker wise. We want to be able to get a lot out of our money, don't we? That's well, mainly the point. Burmese sapphires, world-renowned location Burma. Of course, Myanmar or Burma, as you may know it, however you wish to know it. Renowned for some of the finest quality Burmese rubies and Burmese sapphires, also Burmese spinel. Now, if you've heard of that, rubies and sapphires, you know, are both the exact same family, the corundum family. Anything in the corundum family that's red is a ruby, anything that's any other colour is a sapphire. You have the ultimate when it comes to sapphires. A lot of people collect sapphires via the colour, obviously, the classic blue, coming from the Latin word sapphirus, meaning coming from blue. But when you get a location on a gem that's sought after, this is like, if you think of Ceylon sapphires or Burmese sapphires, world-renowned gems. So not only are you getting the gem, but you're getting that location, that highly sought after. This is a strand, not just for us jewellery makers, this is a connoisseur gem. If it was on our sister channel, goodness gracious me, this is the sort of gem that you would have a collection of maybe 2 or 3. This would be a bespoke, limited edition, maybe our Lyrique collection idea. This should be how much? No way! You heard me correctly, it should be, and it should be $59.95. But there was a launch price. And as your clearance, we're going to honour that. It feels so wrong. I had 50 originally. Get them before they go for a full £10 off per person. Is there a need to take £10 off?
Per double strand length.
It is, isn't it?
Yes, practically, yes.
38 centimetres.
Yes, it's a full strand length. I mean,
well, usually we go for about 16 or 18 centimetres for it, as you've suggested.
A necklace and a bracelet out of that just using the gemstones, but I would spread them far and wide amongst the pieces that I make, so it would last me a long time, that strand.
Imagine plenty of pieces of jewellery incorporating sapphires. You've got sapphires in there, sapphires for your dragonfly eyes, sapphires for your butterfly wings, sapphires and a gecko, anything you want.
I've just made a Tudor style necklace for a magazine. Ooh. And then that would work, those sort of size gemstones would work very well in that as well.
Get them before they go. £10 discount per person with 50 of them. That's £500 discount you've had as a collective, so get it as soon as you can. Black spinel, you can't just bring Last time I brought you black spinel of any quantity was on our evening show. Last time I presented the late show, there were 552 in stock. This, I've never ever had the chance on a design inspiration show to bring this to you at this sort of price point. It does say clearance behind me, so if you're ever going to get it, now is the time to do it. A full metre of solid sterling silver chain. You don't need to do the wrap loops and make them perfect. You don't need to waste your time to do that. I say waste because we've already done it for you. There will be no waste with the extra silver because it's already
the time it takes to make those. You've got better things to do with your time. Yeah. Basically, and you've got a beautiful gemstone like spinel. I can see the luster from here. That the glitter from those gemstones is reaching me over here. So if you wore that, you'd actually have impact from it across the room with that.
And that's what you
piece.
want, isn't it?
Yes.
You want to make an impact.
That's
You
what
want.
it's made
You don't
for.
want to make your gorgeous jewellery for people not to notice it. The gem that is the closest on Jewellery Maker to get an affordable alternative to a totally natural black diamond. This is totally natural. We've got the same cubic crystal structure as a black diamond, therefore, whoa! Enjoy. What do you mean that is our so Kimbo? Where the price is low, she's off. These originally started around $21.95 or solid metre. A metre. It doesn't even fit on the telly. It's a metre.
Because when you make one of those chains up, you tend to but snip tiny little bits of silver off.
Yeah,
so
of course.
you use more silver wire. And then of course you save it in a little pot and things like that, but it's very difficult. You can't use it. You can go and get it melted down. So, you know, the time, the silver that you use, and the gemstones together, and it's the time as well. If you're factoring that into costs and things,
Oh, you need to,
just
don't
makes
you?
a difference. You know, it's instant, and there it is.
Oh,
And it's very light, but has big impact.
that's what you want, isn't it? Oh. Sophistication, elegance, and I'm not just talking about this, I'm talking about Rachel Norris. There are 12 left of them. Check them out as soon as you can. Thank you so much for joining me today, Rachel. I cannot thank you enough. We love having you. You are such a superstar.
You've been so lovely next to me because it's been so calming, and that's helped me get through complicated stuff. I had to try and.
I don't know how you even managed to do it. If you missed the show, have a look at what Rachel's had set up for you, because it is, I feel like I'm in heaven. A dream has come true for me today to work with this lovely talent, Rachel. She's a superstar. If you missed any of the designs, don't watch. You've got plenty of time to take your time and watch them and go through them. It's on YouTube. You'll be able to see that after the show. Now, I say after the show, what's coming up next is the lovely Hannah. She's going to be taking you through from 5 p.m. till 9 p.m. on the Late Show, as well as guest designer Hannah as well. So it's a double Hannah.
Oh, lovely.
It's a Hannah treat. Of course, it's a Saturday night. It's our Saturday night girl, Hannah. She does tend to join us on a Saturday. It's quite lovely. And just to let you know, it's going to be some Tanzanite.
Oh, brilliant.
Tanzanite drops coming up on the Late Show. And apparently, somebody mentioned under £50.
Fantastic.
Rachel, I'm not sure if you know when you'll be back with us.
No, a date in May. We've all just sent our dates in, so
Perfect.
it'll be in May sometime, probably near the end, to give me a bit of space. And
Brilliant.
I should try and, I've got to think something up for next time.
We can't wait. If you haven't already seen Rachel's work, please have a look on her website. It's Rachel Norris, and she's on Facebook as well. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for all your very, very kind messages. Have a look on JewelleryMaker.com and the kind of sort of start of May, and you'll be able to see when Rachel's going to be next with us. Don't miss that. I'll be with you live tomorrow from 1 till 5, but stay tuned, because from 5 to 9 it's the double of a Hannah's. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Join Jewellery Maker and specialist guest designer Debbie Bulford for a fun and relaxing day discovering the addictive appeal of chainmail. This workshop is ideal for beginners and will introduce the fundamentals of this art form. You will be guided through a range of beginners' weaves and learn how to create